What up, friends? Happy early Friday stream. Hope everyone is doing well. Dead Goddess, thank you for the 17 months. Hello. How we doing, friends? Oh, hey, how are ya? Hey, Faster Cheetah, thank you for the 16. Welcome in, friends. Had the afternoon. I'm all caught up on everything. Figured we would do an early stream. Basically treat it like a Sunday stream. And then later tonight, we will continue forward with more funds. Overly exhausted. Oh, I feel you, friend. Yeah. Let's do it, though. Night. Thank you for the 37 months. Jocelyn, thank you for the 26 again. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Let's get the game open and get to Steppens. We got some Willers to win because I gotta get to the 50 badge, dude. We gotta work on it. What's up, Mira? I was watching Greg from How to Drink testing the world's worst sodas, and I got the note when you went live. Why you got to tell me that? Why'd you tell me that? I don't understand. What is the reason for that? Knight, I'm doing well, friend. How are you? Badge link. What do you mean? Hey, lovely. Good to see you. What's up, Devil? Cup of gin. Hello. What's up, Hockey? Doing good. That's what I like to hear. Have you opened the mailbox in Willow? I have. The stuff that you find inside of Willow mailbox is literally on the table in the living room. Yeah. Early stream, I know. What is this business? Hey, Sir Beans, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, Ray, I will be. Yeah. What's up, Weirdy Beardy? Lunch and stream. I know, I ate lunch really fast so we could go live for a little bit. Yeah. Skimming through the video, I saw he had Lester Fixin's enchilada, bacon, dirt, and mustard. He didn't try the ranch. Then he didn't try the worst one. Doesn't count. Null and void. That whole video, a sham. Absolutely not. What time? Well, there's no designated time for when I go live. It's really just whenever we're ready. Yeah. What's up, Hard Rocker? Good to see you. That's not necessary, Mr. 420. Hi, Break. There's a good chance, by the way, that tonight we might be doing a split shift stream where we do some Phas, but then we switch it up to do some Nader running. And Break has unlocked nightmare difficulties, so we might give Nightmare a look-see and see how it goes. Lord Moose, good to see you. Naders! That's right. That's right. Soft Kitty, thank you for the 3 months. Crazy D, thank you for the gifted. It should be good. It should be good. Am I going to play Give Us the Sign when it comes out? Probably. Yeah. Anytime there's a new-ish horror game, especially one that's like ghost investigation and stuff like that, I usually will try it. So when it comes out, we'll give it a look. The demo, I think, doesn't even come out till October. So they've been doing a lot of promoting, where they're saying like it's coming out in October. Did you see it's coming out in October? October? It's coming out in October. It's like, shit, we can calm down a little bit. Just a little bit. I get it. Right, like here's the issue that I have with that. You ride this hype and people get really excited. So the issue you run into is that the hype dies. And it's like every day you're saying it's coming out in October. People are like, at a certain point, they'd be like, all right, no shit. But show me the game. Show me the gameplay. I want to see the game. The tutorial or whatever you want to call it, the base that they have with the green screen is pretty rad. Like, that looks awesome. Can't wait to play it. Show me the game. Why is my name FlashForce? Because I had the name Flash from a long time ago whenever I would play drifting games with my friends from way back when, so I decided to use it for content creation, and I just wanted something cool to go after it, so I added Force. There you go. Why's your name IDK Zimmy? You'll see the gameplay in October. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? Touche. Okay. That's fair. I'll shut up. Ay, caramba. What's up, Ann? Good to see you. Rocket League throwback? Dude, it's a Monster Cat playlist. Oh, it's inevitable. There's going to be a bunch of Rocket League stuff. Yeah. But it's licensed. I can play it legally anywhere. So, yeah. I don't know what to choose. Okay. It's his government-given name. I came out and my mom was like, oh, Flash. Something alliteration. There you go. Yeah. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you all for the treasure train. Excuse me. It is good music. I like it. I would like for there to be more options that I would like to add to this playlist. So I need to go searching to see if I can find more. So I'll see what I can do. Tips to play Nightmare and Phas. I think one of the most popular pieces of advice that we give when we're telling somebody that wants, one of the more popular pieces of advice that we give to somebody that is doing pro that wants to go to Nightmare is I would really suggest staying on pro, but treat it like Nightmare. So play pro, but do not get all 3 pieces of evidence. Get 2 and then call it a day. Try to find out what the ghost is. And then once you think you know, then get the final piece. Is the VOD strictly Phas where you put other games on? If you're talking about the 24/7 channel, I do occasionally change it up to playlists where it's other games too. Yeah. Yeah, you're very welcome. That's our suggestion. This sounds so quiet. There we go. That's a little bit better. Guess what? Blumhouse is making outside of horror genre. What do you mean? What you mean? Pop, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. How do I play fast as a beginner? What do you mean? How do you play fast? What do you mean? Could I unban your cousin? No. No. They're welcome to email me if they would like to give me an email stating why they think they might have gotten banned. Yeah, they're welcome to do that. Have you seen the new game called? I have seen it. I haven't played it yet, though. Got the point in Phas where I'm not scared to stay a little longer. Get a perfect game. Do you think I'm ready for Nightmare? Do you feel like you know at least a little bit about every ghost? Drifter? Because one of the bigger things when it comes to playing Nightmare is knowing a little bit about every single ghost. Y'all are sick. You hear me? Sick. No, it is not, Death Goddess. That's not what it is at all. Yeah. How do you play Phas as a beginner? You open up the game and then you go into amateur and then you play. Someone had Taco Bell for lunch. Oh, you should have dodged the lettuce. You know better. Anyone know why some of the drops are yes, actually I do. Yes, I do. I don't know if I'm allowed to give information out right now or not. Do I need tips? I don't, I do. I'm trying to understand the line of questioning that's happening right now. I'm trying to understand. Yeah. Oh, God bless it. Yeah. How do you play fast as a beginner? How do you play fast as a beginner? Do you need tips? I mean, I don't know. Do you? They posted on Twitter. Oh, yay. Okay, we can say it then. Thought I saw my dog. The only way to learn is to do it. Oh, there's plenty of places you can go to, though, to get advice. But the more targeted you can be with your questioning, the better the answer you're going to get. Because asking if you should get advice for Phasmo, I'm not really sure how to answer that. Maybe? All right. Okay, so they did post on X. Okay, they did. Twitter, whatever. Fuck X. X is stupid. X is dumb. Dumbest rebrand in all of history. Hey, Miss Coffee, good to see you. Dumbest rebrand we've ever seen. That one place with the stuff. Yeah, it's got things. Yeah. Yeah, it's this. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I'll show you. The badges being gone and stuff, I haven't even looked at it, but I'm sure it'll be addressed right here. I'm almost certain of it. I refuse to ever call it that. I know. I try to do both, man. Yeah. First message should be first message. This isn't a TikTok. First, I'm second. No, he wasn't. I was there before him. No. That culture is just awful. It will always be Twitter. X. Stupid. Dumb. Stupid. Dumb. I'm first. You know, you'll notice if you look at my comment section on anything, anybody that responds with first, I'm not responding to them. It's shorts, not TikTok. Have you never been on TikTok before? Where do you think it started? TikTok or shorts? I'm last. There you go. Shanna wins. All of you lose. You can stop trying now. I'll be sure to do that on your next stream. Great, thanks. Oh, next video. Oh, thanks. You think you think Reels came before Shorts? Oh, you're just you're pulling legs now. No. That's rage bait. That's bait. Now all the comments will be first. That's okay. That's just people commenting and then driving up engagement, and then there you go. It just gets pushed to more people. It started with the Vine. I don't know if I remember on Vine that happening. Yeah. Did it start on Vine? Did it? I don't know if I remember that. Stewie, thank you for the 19 months, man. Welcome back. All right. So, Phasmo came out with a Twitter post. Okay? Tweeter post. Ghost Hunters, thank you for your feedback following this week's Phasmophobia update. We're so glad to see so many of you enjoying the changes in the Rework 13 Willow Street, which we have, because it has been great. We're aware of the following issues, and we'll be deploying a patch next week to address these. The patches, it's a little bit more difficult these days because they can't just throw a patch together really quick. Like, they can't throw a patch together quickly and just release it, because it has to get approved by consoles too. Just wait until this game comes out on Switch. We're never going to see an update ever again. I don't mess with TikTok. I'm old and stick to what I know. See, but I'm just, you know, I would say I'm older, but like, but you've got to be everywhere. If you're doing content, you got to be everywhere. I'm damn sure it started somewhere. However, I think I should finally buy Fast. I would go for it. Patch notes once a year. Yeah, it's going to be rough when it comes out on Switch. It's going to be rough. That's why Switch has to wait till 1.0. Ayo. Ayo. All right. So Several Twitch drop rewards are missing for players. So people talking about the drops, the badges and ID cards that they're missing. This is addressing that. They know that that happens. So they'll hopefully, oh, okay, that's fine. They know that they're going to be needing to fix that. Videos of a ghost hunt. It's just worded really strangely. Sorry. Videos of a ghost hunting are not counting towards the apocalypse challenge. Interesting. UV fingerprints appearing incorrectly, leading to the wrong ghost being identified. I think I heard about this from like, I saw Lisa ran into this where there was like UV and Nels on a spot where it should not be. If I saw that correctly. I'm pretty sure I did. Seen those posts all over Reddit. You know, I don't go to the Phasmo Reddit as much as I probably should, but at the same time, there was a spell of a time anyway where I wanted to like pull it up on stream. I'm really fearful to just pull up the Phasmo Reddit on stream before looking at it first, without knowing what it's going to show. Yeah. Miss Kirsty, hello, welcome in. I'd be so pissed if I went through the doing APOC just for it to not count. Yeah, that would suck. Fishy Buns, hello, friend. Willow's your favorite map now for sure? Hell yeah. Let's go. Altrucious, thank you for the 17 months. Because it's Reddit, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even that it's just, you got to be careful, SpongeBob, you know what I mean? It's a crap show of toxicity. It can be. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I used to post there more frequently. I don't post there as much anymore. Yeah. It's a place with stuff, and it's also got things. What else do we got? Photo cameras are taking an extra photo if dropped while in use or picked up by another player. I have seen this getting reported. Photo cameras causing issues with other animations. Interesting. I have not run into this personally. Also, I haven't run into this, but I'm sure that it's happening. Also that, I mean, because I haven't done the APOC stuff. All right, what else do we got? Items may get stuck or fall through the floor when dropped in multiplayer. This has been an issue for a long time, and that's why a lot of people have had issues with multiplayer, because it's just, it causes too many issues. And this was still happening, so apparently there's going to be a fix next week. I don't know. That's what they say. Hey, Northern, good to see you. First time joining the live. Hope everyone has a great time of day. I hope you have a great time of day. Bay, thank you for the 15 months. Also, if you guys are here earning your drops, the drops are active, animated drops. It is up until the 28th. So from now to the 28th, you still can earn them. Most people are probably going to have earned them by now, but there's going to be people that maybe haven't had a chance to log in and watch anything. So it's still happening. Watch the stream for 2 hours and you're good to go. All right. Ghost being able to enter several hiding spots in Willow. This will also be addressed with closets in Tanglewood, Edgefield, and Ridgeview. That's great because Tanglewood, we've absolutely noticed this. I've had the ghost eventing on me inside the closet, not like right out, literally standing in the closet with me and also just deciding to walk straight into it. So that's happening at Willow. It's happening at Willow in that little pantry in the kitchen. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. Why do I keep getting timed out? Well, it looks like you tagged me, so they warned you not to tag me, and then you tagged me again. So then they timed you out. I would assume that's probably why. Yeah, you don't have to tag me. You can just ask questions. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Zoe, good to see you. What's up, Mike? Paytown, good to see you. Welcome in. Ghost is like, oh, hey, how are you? Got some snacks? Incense not appearing as used if the animation was canceled by opening the journal. So that's a huge issue because people are trying to figure out how to hack that and be able to get unlimited smudge sticks. Yeah, don't do that. You get caught doing that, you're going to be in shit. Wait, there's snacks. We'll also be making a change to the equipment hotkey slots. While the igniter will always be default to 4, the first 3 will be assigned in the order the equipment is picked up, which is good, because the flashlight being defaulted to 1 is not necessary. If you don't use a flashlight, it's not needed. There's no need for it. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a little hard for me to show you when I'm on Twitter. Yeah, you'll have to wait until we're in the game, dude. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Good fix on the slot. Yeah, I think so too. Okay. Well, there you go. Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy. Was there another update? There will be another update. It depends on the last time you had an update, I guess, is really the way to look at it. Because if you haven't had an update as of recent, then that would explain it. Hockey! Oh my god. The movement from the items is so much better. Oh, dude, it's so smooth. It's so smooth. The game just feels so much better. Will, thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. On console, the lighter seems to be defaulting to 3 for me. Oh, interesting. Intradastings. What's up, EM? Welcome in. Enjoy the sub, friend. Smooth like butter. All right, let me get started over. Still trying to figure out the issues on the kick side of things, so I'm not trying to battle that today. So we'll figure that out later. The new Willow is good stuff for all the features. They have been consistent with the quality of the reworked maps. 100% agree with you. Very good. What's up, Mr. Kill? Hello, Sheriff, Employee of the Month. Woohoo! I need to unlock more stuff, Kill. I need to be on fire for 10 minutes. I really got to work on that. Laying down the salt so much better. Again, I kind of wish that they would just get rid of the animation altogether. I'm really hoping they do. Oh my god, is that an abracadabra? Oh my glob. What in the blue cheese soda we got here? There's no need to say all that. You will consume it at some point. No, I won't. I have played Species Unknown. Yeah. I've got some YouTube videos on it for sure with me playing with like Doc and friends. Yeah. That fire teammate's evil. I know, you have to purposely go out there and be on fire. What the hell?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I'm gonna reload the game. Oh god. Oh no. You find yourself trying to slide the door open. Wait, what? What does that mean? Oh no. Oh no. Link, welcome in. How are you? Oh geez. I might have found something new. You're trapped. I'm in a forever loop where it just keeps telling me, taking me back to the lobby. Oh god. PS5 is still down. When was it down? Like when did it start going down? Oh no. Listen here, pal. That soda will enter your body one way or another. Wow.
Welcome back.
I won't go into specifics here. That ain't my department. Wow. Hey, there we go. All right, I don't know what the hell's going on, but all right. That was weird. I got to decide how I want to do this. We're doing Willow because I need to unlock the badge. So we're working on this. I need to do this faster. Yeah. Fox, thank you for the year. Dell, thank you for the 2 months. What I might do, okay, there's one of 2 ways that I could do this. I could either A, just play professional, or B, do a custom where I get 3 evidence, but we just make it a higher payoff. So like the faster ghost, or I don't know. Something. Today it's been down since this morning. Can't play anything. Oh, interesting. You don't have to hurry through it if you want to. I know you don't have to, but I want to. Yeah. I like the custom idea more. I do too. Because what we could do is we could preset it to pro, but then we can change this. So I'm really just going to be going for the ghost. We're not even going for objectives. If we get objectives on the way, groovy. But I'm just trying to get the ghost correct because that's all you need to do. Get the ghost correct and leave to get a win for the map. What prestige am I? 22. Custom sounds funner. I like it. That's what we'll do. That guy, thank you for the 4 months. Fox, thank you for the year. Been a while since I was here last, so I appreciate seeing you. Any good looping spots in Willow? Oh yeah. I mean, you could loop in the living room. You could loop in the kitchen. You could technically loop in the garage. You could loop inside of the back bedroom to the right. You could loop in the basement. Yeah. Can I win without getting the ghost correct? You know what, Chiba? I feel like you'd find a way. If anybody could do it, mister, I bet it would be you. Cheeps, you gonna be playing Nightmare Naders with us later tonight? Steph, thank you for the 32 months. I tried the coffee table on Willow and it works the best for me. There you go. Coffee table at Willer's. You gotta be careful, SpongeBob, because I think that little cat thingy is there. But you guys, like when I first got on that map, it was like running around it really fast and it was fine. Do you miss Old Tangle? Nope. Absolutely not. I've been summoned by the gifty. Thank you, kind stranger. MZ, welcome in. That's funny. How are you, Mr. Cheebs? Oh, 54 months. What in the fuck? K-Toss, how are you? Do you get rewards after Prestige 20? No. Not right now. They said that it's not out of the question that they might add some things later, but as of right now, no, you don't. Absolutely down for naders later if this is a real thing happening. I think so. I think so. I'll probably start later tonight with a little bit of Phasmo, and then we'll switch over to funnel runners. And break is level 20, so they've unlocked the nightmare mode. So we'll do that later. You know, we'll see how it goes. What is the best custom setup for just trying to practice surviving hunts? I mean, if your only purpose is trying to survive hunts, like you're trying to practice that, you want to do a 0 sanity custom, because then the ghost will hunt you immediately. So that's what I would do. I would do a 0 sanity. If you are worried also about trying to figure out the ghost, then give yourself evidence too. But dropping the sanity down will make the ghost hunt you when you walk in. So I would start with 0 sanity and make sure the power starts on. So that way you can immediately turn lights on. That's what I would do. Dell! Yeah. 0 sanity. Item loss. Right. If you're not worried about making money. Yeah. Jar6 makes a really good point. If you don't care about money or XP and you're just practicing, lose items and consumables, turn it off. Turn it off, because then you will lose no money if you die, and you can just keep going back in and back in and back in. Are drops happening at the moment? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the top of the chat. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is this a little lunch stream? This is a extended afternoon stream because I got done with my stuffs and things, so I kind of had the afternoon. So there will be a stream tonight. It's just a double. It's a double day. It's a double day. In your opinion, what is the best map in the game and what's your favorite? Well, typically the best map in the game would be your favorite, would it not? It's like, what's your favorite ghost and which one do you like the most? Willow's still my favorite map, for sure. A little treat, a little extra. Yeah, it's a little guy. Yeah, it's a little guy. Dell, thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you. Yeah, a little treat. All right, what else should we change? So, if we're just worried about getting the ghost correct, just getting the ghost correct, and that's it. Like, we're not worried about objectives. We're not worried about anything else. I feel like I could probably turn the ghost speed up because we're going to get all the evidence. Your speed? Should I turn my speed up, you think? Do you think they'll ever implement cross progression? Yes, I do. I don't know when it's going to happen, but eventually they will. Can I try gaming ASMR style? You know what? No. How do you like the new ghost? It's pretty cool. I wish that it had a little bit more about it when it comes to not involved. Like, it doing things outside of a hunt would be really nice, but I guess it's better than nothing. Hopefully they'll listen to us, because we all were kind of shouting at them. So we're not shouting. We were all suggesting loudly that we should have ghosts that can do more stuff outside of hunts. It's what the chat wants. Oh, that's cool. I still think the Dale-Dagast shouldn't really throw items. That would be a really cool thing if it couldn't throw items. Because, I mean, it's nerfing itself at that point, right? Yeah. Mr. Kill. Oh, my God. I yeeted a yield sign into a tornado once. Talk about throwing caution at the wind. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Can I tap the mic? Oh, yeah. Wait. Watch this. Hold on, watch. Ready? I got it. I got you. Ready? Here we go. Yeah, they're banned. I think the Dale-Dagast having lower throw rate would be cool. I think so too, especially during a hunt. So like you have the Poltergeist, which during a hunt will throw more. It would be cool if that goes, but again, that's still a during a hunt thing. That's not outside of the hunt. It would make it crossover with the shade, which I think is their goal anyways, to have more overlap between ghosts. Yeah. Having a ghost that's doing less. I don't know if it would necessarily. The cool thing about that would be if you go in and you're like, okay, well, the ghost isn't throwing anything with me near it. Ooh, this could be a shade or a Dale DeGast. I do like that, actually. I like the idea of a couple having something so you can narrow it down. Does it throw stuff outside of a hunt? Yeah, it does. And when it throws things outside of a hunt, it literally slows itself down. So it nerfs itself. And it just, I don't know. That doesn't really make too much sense. So, yeah. Thank y'all for the follows, by the way. Appreciate you. Ghost should do jump scares, crawl on walls, do more spoopies. I think they're going to do extra things, but this game is not meant to be jump scare galore. Go play Demonologist and then play it a few times over and over again. You're going to get really bored really fast because the jump scares are all scripted in the same place. Like, the jump scares are cool. They're great. And then that's it. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah. Does the fast cheat sheet say it's throwing effects itself? I swear it didn't. Mr. Zero. Could you correct me if I'm wrong, sir? I thought that it did. I could be wrong. Maybe I didn't see that on the cheat sheet. What if you throw something, there was a chance that it did an animation and put the item back where it was? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. Not scripted, very randomized. Yeah, but again, like, if it's overly jump scary, it just removes the idea behind the game, which is, like, creepy investigation. The idea behind the game is not meant to be, you have a jump scare in every corner. Yes, I absolutely agree that the game should add more things that are way creepier, that maybe you do have a few jump scares every now and then. Maybe the ghost can creep around corners and like creep the shit out of you. But like the idea of adding a shit ton of jump scares, I hate that idea. I think most people would hate. There are a lot of people that don't play horror games that play Phasmophobia. Yeah. What's up, Sam? Hi, friend. Yeah, we'll see. It is going well, friend. How are you? Me. There's a lot. There's a lot. And I get that comment a lot where someone will purposely say, I don't play horror games, but I play Phasmo because of this. Yeah. Horror doesn't automatically mean jump scare, and it never should. I agree. There are horror movies that I love because it's just, it is atmosphere. It is meant to be creepy. It is meant to make you feel weird. It's not meant to be jump scares and gore. That is not the only thing with horror. If something can scare you without jump scaring you, it did a really good job. Thriller and suspense, psychological horror, walking through an area where you expect something to happen, but it doesn't happen. You just know in your mind, something's going to come around that corner and it is going to scare the ever-living out of me. But then it doesn't. But it still feels like it's going to, even though you know that it won't. That's what you want. That's what you want. What's up, Arlo? There's a reason why I still say Alien, Original Halloween are your favorite horror movies. There you go. See, horror movie wise, I love old practical horror effects. I don't know. There's just something about it that I just enjoy. Said for a while that it'd be cool for players to go into a hunt with abilities or a role. That could be kind of cool. I've heard that before. Yeah, I've heard that before. Why we ban who? Who? Oh, why do we ban the person that's being a creep and asking me to do a bunch of stuff? Oh, well, I banned them because they were being a creep and asking me to do a bunch of stuff. I hope that answers your question. You can assign yourself. Well, I know what they mean, though, because there are games that do have like specific roles where you have an extra ability to do something because you're that role. Do you know what I mean? Like you have more stamina or like you have extra health if you're playing a game where there's a health bar, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah. D-Rock, I'm good. How are you? Think they'll ever make it so the dead players can speak through the spirit box? I hope so. We've suggested that. It would be really cool if you could. I know Other Side did that, and it's great. I love it. Mr. Tater Cheap. Oh, happy Friday, sir. Yeah. So I can't ask you to do a backflip? Oh, no, you could absolutely ask, and then I could ignore you. Yeah. For sure. Oh, you're more than welcome to ask. Yeah, just don't be a creep. Hungry Jack, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you so much. See, look, do a flip. See, I chose not to ignore. I read Shanna's message. Look how fun that is. You drink that soda? Shut up, Abra. All right. What else do we need to do for this? We need to get into games. We're falling apart here. Do a barrel roll. The whole point was to play this, and we're not playing it. Hi, Karumba. Loki satisfied. That's what I like to hear. Yeah. Stupid. How's the week? The week was good. The week was good. Yeah. Fast times, I think so. Sanity, I'll leave alone. Break, you had said something about my speed. Are you talking about actually speeding myself up? I could, but I might just leave it alone. I might speed up the ghosty. Wait, there's a game? What the hell? What I might do is I might increase ghosty speed and maybe even turn down the grace period. It only gives me an extra 1 time. That's it. That's not even that much. When are we seeing a game of Doc again? It is always random, friend. Sundays are your best bet, but there's never a guarantee. Doc is a family man. He's got the fams and the things. I also have the fam and the things. It just so happens that Sundays line up a lot. Yeah. Can make it heavy rain for weather. I could. The issue with that is then we have to listen to heavy rain, and that sucks. Fog 4.04. That's, I mean, I could just keep it on fog. Favorite cursed object is the music box. Rain is peaceful? Not the heavy rain. That's not peaceful. Not in this game. Are you going for a higher 3 times? You know, not necessarily. No. I might even be okay with this. To be honest with you, I would almost be okay with just doing professional and going with that. Oh, I like listening to the rain too, but not heavy rain with thunderstorms and all that jazz. Windy boosts it up without being annoying. You think so? Oh, well, so does fog. And fog you can see easier too. You said it to fog in the first round will be blood. That's unnecessary to wish that upon us. Why would you? Why? Oh, I just changed the wrong. Oh, whatever. Okay. Willow. Badge. Oh, shit. Willow. Badge. Why can't I say? Whatever. Love the fog in the game. I do too. It makes it a little bit easier to see. Hiding places are on medium. I could leave that alone. Or I can use what I already did and then I increase the hiding spots. Did they change the weather sounds? The blood moon sounds like it has an earthquake to it. I can only assume that they did, Zero. I can only assume so because it definitely sounds extra boomy with the blood moon. Now, I don't know if it sounds that way on other maps with blood moon or if it's just on this one. Hey, Kyle. Hey, how are you? I don't know. There's a few times I died in Phas. The choking sound is gone. I think the way that it goes now is the way it makes sense. The choking sound should be there, but when your neck gets snapped, you should not be choking anymore. Yeah, I don't think so. Thank you all for the follows. Oh, that rail fog makes it hard to see Phas, but like, nah, make it easier. Sounds like we're getting more than 30 ghosts. According to what dev yesterday? And where? The hoodies on your merch store, do they go any larger than 2 times? I think so. Yeah, they should. CJ, where? Double stream, Frog. Yeah, double. Double. Air dried sketties. Thank you for the 5 subs, homie. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate you. I streamed on Twitch with the trio and gave out a lot of info again. Friendly reminder. We could use whatever is being said across different streams, even if it's by a developer, as like a hint at what's coming. It will never be set in stone whatever they're saying is going to happen. So unless we see that come from Kinetic Games, it's just talk. So we could say, hey, they mentioned this. Does that mean this is coming? We'll see, I guess. So they're just things to take note of. If he said that there might be more than 30 ghosts, oh boy, I don't know how I feel about that. All right, why don't we just try this and see how it goes? That's why I used a qualifier. Yeah. He's been wrong many, many times. Yes, we would have to test it. Correct. Thank you, Zero. Yep. They talk when they're streaming, obviously, and they're going to be talking about the game. So people ask questions, they respond. It's never a definitive. Like whenever Lav used to stream more, Lav would say stuff and then it wouldn't be correct. Yeah, we can't hold them to it, man. There's a lot going on. Oh no, that person. What if that person is right? What if we get 50 ghosts? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he said that they have them planned, whether or not they implement. Okay. Well, the thing that we need to take note of then is this. This is what we need to take note. This is where you go to get your information. This is where you should go to get your information. The Phasmophobia Trello is a public source for us to see what is happening and what is planned, what's coming up. So if we do not see new ghosts on this anywhere, then we can't say that it's going to happen or it's not. It might eventually, maybe. But internal testing right now, performance update, Unity 6, colorblind mode, eye adaptation for consoles, eye adaptation for VR, in progress, Edgefield, which is happening in December, console, additional language support, whatever, networking rework, consoles getting keyboard and mouse support, and then quality of life part 2, which is happening next month. We know that because of this. Concepts, anti-cheat, so that way people that are being absolute douchebags and cheating in a game that doesn't have competitive, fucking losers, they're gonna get banned. Halloween 26, Holiday 26, new map, content update, Ridgeview rework. There you go. And then the 1.0 release stuff over here. Audio overhaul, Nintendo Switch, lore update, horror rework. So nowhere here does it say anything about new ghosts. So if they were really thinking about implementing it, it would be here, and it's not here yet. So it's just talk. It's all talk. Oh yeah, Edgefield is coming out in December, and it's in progress as we speak. Who knows? I mean, maybe they just started laying things out. It could be, I mean, obviously it's going to take a while if it's not till December. Yeah. This is where you get information. The Phasmophobia Discord directly from staff is where you get information. Groovy? Groovy. If you ever need that link, if you're not sure how to get there, if you guys do ! Trello, it will take you directly there. Excited for it. I am too. Yeah, Edgefield's going to be good. All right. This custom, the only thing that we changed was it's 3 evidence, 150 ghost speed, it's fog, and the grace period is set to 1. So if the ghost hunts early, there's a good chance of auto. We're just going to see how this goes. This might be stupid, and we might change it up. But let's go from here. I'm level 74. Level 74. I need 1 more level to get our lanterns. Let's do it. But we need our Willow runs. All day. Thank you for the follow. Maybe player speed. I could. That's what Break was saying. Break was like, you could increase the player speed so it's a little bit faster. I might do that. Yeah. No one asks more questions. It's fast time. All right, Heather. We're not worried about objectives. We're worried about ghosties. Okay? Not objectives. Ghosts. It's what Tom would call a dirty run. I hope for the Edge Rework, Kinetic adds neon lights for the color rooms on the upstairs floor. Neon lights? What? What? Yeah. Dirty runs. Yeah. I could also start with the power on, which might also help expedite the process. No, not 0 evidence. Nope. It is a 3 evidence custom. That way we can be sure what ghosts we have and we can leave. What I mean, when we're in Rome. Like have a streamer office? I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, we're just hunting the badge. Yep. Ghosty. It's not making any sound. Juju, thank you for the membership, friend. Almost a YouTube baby. Oh my god. Not here. Not here. Ooh, I think you're actually here. That's 9 degrees, friends. There we go. Halogen! Thank you for the gift to halogen oils. Hey, look at that. Oh my God. Hey, Clips, welcome in. How are you? All right, let's do that. We're just going to run and do all the equipments. Don't mind me. Just gifting the sub to my actual mom. Oh, let's go. What ghost can't light candles? The Onryo. The Onryo. It can't, it shan't, it won't. This isn't a mare. The ghost turn on the light switch so we know, I mean the light so we know it's not a mare. Tried one of those electronic scooters that go like 50 miles an hour. It's sketchy. I will not be getting my children one of those. They're a fucking nuisance running around my neighborhood. Kids with those scooters and the e-bikes and stuff, they will not be getting them. Ugh. They're in the middle of the street every time. It's never like, oh, they're flooring it on the sidewalk. Nope. Middle of the street, weaving back and forth. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Hell no. You know how many kids get into accidents on those things and get like really, really injure themselves? A lot. Just run them. Oh my God. Too many accidents. Yeah. And none of them wear helmets. No footsies. Oh. Where are you?
Taken away.
Oh, where are you? We have Spirit Box, Ghost Writing. Okay. No UV. We're playing a 3 evidence run. Wait. Yeah, no UV. I didn't see any orbs. So we have a Dio, a Moroi, or a Spirit. EMF dots are freezing. What's up, KF? Give me a Dio. Where are you? Are you here?
Taken away.
Taken away. Where are you? Are you here?
Was taken away.
Wait, let's mute it real fast. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? What? What? I need to go outside. What the hell? Where are you? Are you here? You haven't left the room. Where are you? Bitch. Are you here? Where are you? Where are you?
Was taken away.
Are you here?
From behind.
Ew, from behind. Hold on a sec. Let's watch and see if this is a Moroi. I don't think so. Oh, I just saw dots. Yeah, it's a Dio. My little Dio. Okay, love you. I was cursed by the spirit box with, if it was a Moroi, I'd be losing sanity even with the lights on, and we're not. Yep, Dio. Hi, caramba. Holy Jesus Christ, dude. How many times have you typed this message? I think if your teammates talk to a spirit box when they need an energy bar on the right side of the screen that drains really fast when you're through or talking to the spirit box, because IRL ghosts need a lot of energy to talk and interact with stuff. Maybe. Good Lord. Are you streaming later tonight? Yes. Yes, I will be. It never gave us the response. All right, there's one. Go back. See, it's that easy. It's just that easy. Can a Moroi curse you with the sound recorder? Yes. Sound recorder, spirit box, parabolic microphone. If you are playing on a no evidence run, you can still get a sound recording, or you can get the parabolic microphone and it will still curse you. Absolutely. Billy. What I could do, you know what? Instead of the flashlight, let's expedite the process a little bit. Yeah, and a way to check, especially if you have the ability to see your sanity, is if you think you're cursed, stand in a room with the room lights on. Your passive sanity should not be draining. If it is draining, it's a Moroi and you're cursed. Is a Moroi curse a guarantee? It's a guarantee. Indeed. Thank you for the follows, friends. It is a guarantee. Now, if we get hunted early, there's a good chance I'm dead. So... we'll see. Hey, let's go. Cursed with taken away. How do you check your watch? I've rebound mine. It used to be H, but I changed it to tab. You know, orbs would be awfully nice right about now. Was that in here? You guys want to say hi to the cat? Jesus. 16. I don't know where I heard the glass. I heard it though. Did I not? What? Yeah, I thought so. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's in there. EMF 5. Cool. Any orbs? No? Okay. Hey, ABAP Gaming, welcome in. How are you? Poor cat. Locked in a box. No, it's a ghost cat. Ghost cat. But you could see it with dots, little things with the Easter event. I think it would be cool if you could see it with dots, or if you're a dead player, being able to see it would be really cool. Right, mark it down. Cat name idea. I don't know. Deddy? No. We don't know if it died in a box. We think it might be in the hamper. Or it could be in the safe. There's plenty of opportunity. I mean, what if it's inside the coat? We don't know. What the hell? Okay. I don't know how I... Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Lots of chuckery. Many much chuckery. Emma, thank you for the 2-month prime. What's up, Sushi? Good to see you. Who puts a cat in? No, the cat gets in the laundry basket themselves. What do you mean, who put the cat in there? Nobody. The cat does it to itself. All right. It's got to be called Willow, right? If that's the same cat, we don't know. The house is named after the cat, but maybe it's a different cat. Oh, look, dots. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. I saw no orbs. I'm not getting spirit box. It's either a Dale-to-Gast, a Goryo, or an Oni, more than likely. Okay. It could be a Boreo. Yeah, it might be. Tips for the new Willow map? Get used to it. Like, as in, play it more and more and more so you get used to where you can go. Yeah, I don't know if you're asking for, like, tips to finding the ghost, tips to not dying, tips for finding the cursed possession, tips for finding the... I don't know. But if you're just looking at a blanket statement, tips, the more you get used to it, the more you're going to stay alive. Let's do this. Oh, playing games? Boreo. Bye. What does the devil card and the tarot cards mean? It means it's a ghost event. You'll notice every time you draw one of those, it's a ghost event. Mm-hmm. Did they fix the burning crucifix sound recording? Yes, they did. Boreo. Yeah, it's a Boreo. All right. We have ads coming up soon, so I'll get ready to run those. And then we'll do the wheel spin. Does the Dale-to-Gast slow itself down by throwing objects when it hunts? I think so.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Boreo. Whatever. All right, I'm doing ads, friends. I do 3 minutes every hour. If you're not subbed, you don't have turbo. Don't worry, I'm gonna wait here for you, and then we'll be back. Have you heard anyone saying orbs are being a little more difficult to catch sometimes, like floating through walls more often in between rooms? We had multiple rooms last night where the orbs would show up during the first sweep of rooms, and then they would show up after. I haven't heard much about it. And if I've had orbs so far, they've shown up for me. Like, they've been there the whole time. So, not that I know of. I don't know. According to Zero, it doesn't. Oh, okay. So wait, so the Dale-to-Gast throwing items outside of a hunt does not slow itself down. Interesting. Okay. Can you stun the ghost with the cat laser? No. No. I'm sad I can't play because I'm on PS5. Why can't you play if you're on PS5? You mean it's like the connection's down right now? Is that what you mean? They said in hunt. Oh, okay. So they misinterpreted what they said. It's down. Oh, okay. Hopefully it comes up soon. Do I ever do front half of the week viewer games? I usually don't plan on if it's earlier in the week or later in the week. I just pick whatever day is best. Yeah. For the Dale-to-Gast, we did more research on that one. It can't slow itself down by throwing items. What we thought was slowing itself down was actually us touching light switches. So the Dale-to-Gast Zero can't slow itself down with objects, light switches, faucets, or any of that jazz. It has to be a player. Is that correct? Ever tried putting dots on the ceiling? It covers much more area. Depends on where you are. I don't care if it's on the ceiling, on the wall, or on the floor. If it's covering the area I'm trying to cover, that's all that matters. Yeah. There's no best. It's whatever you like to do. Yep. Hey, Royzen, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, light switch has to be the player, dead or alive. Roger that. Okay, there you go. There you go. They do a lot of research into this stuff, man, so I trust them. Yep. It's not just objects. If you are in between hunts, it's not hunting. If you flip light switches, if you turn on faucets, if you turn on electronics like the oven or any of that stuff, if you turn on or off the breaker, all of that stuff is one extra towards slowing the ghost down. Yeah. Yeah, you can play single player. Yeah. Hey, Sissy. Good morning, friend. Love the idea of a dead player can do something to slow it down. It's a really great addition so dead players have something they can do. It'd be nice if there were more things they could do. Ads are almost done. Are you going to San Diego TwitchCon November? I'm going to try to, man. I'm going to try. It might be difficult financially, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try. It's not just items. No. But it has to be unique. You can't just flip a light switch 50 times and then be like, well, the ghost is going to be slow. If you flip a light switch 50 times, one light switch, that's one towards the 26. Like if 26 items is the max number of items that can slow the ghost down incrementally over those, you know what I mean? So one light switch and 25 items would do the same thing. There's plenty that dead players can do, getting better at the game for a start. Touche, sir. Touche. Touche. Not one, but two. Touches. Yeah, you're welcome, of course. Zero and them are the ones we found out on our own what the ghost did. But I had no idea about the light switches and stuff until I looked at the cheat sheet. We put a detailed explanation in the guides tab in the cheat sheet. It goes over all the stuff for the for degast. They're good, man. They're amazing at what they do. Yep. Have fun trying to find 26 unique items in high school. You know what you do? You look at the front half of high school. Don't look at the sides. The front half rooms, the bottom and the top, that's where a crap ton of items are. A ton. So if you ever have if you ever have a ghost that is close to one of those areas, that's where you find a crap ton of notebooks all over the desks. All right. Be good to us. Be good to us. You just don't play high school, and that does solve a lot of problems. It really does. What about flipping multiple different light switches? Yes. Yep. As long as it's unique, like different switches, each one of those will add up to slowing the ghost down. Good luck with a Dale. Yeah, thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. I got to agree with Break here. Not playing high school is definitely the way. Gifted Moich. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Give me a second. I'll figure out what we're going to do. Maybe look for something a little bit different. Wait. You know, we haven't done one of these in a while. Let's do one of these. Ever have a ghost in that little assembly room on the upper floor of high school? Seen anyone get a ghost in there? I have. You're talking about the lecture hall directly above the lobby? Crossed my mind while I was doing my weekly run. Oh yeah, I've had one there. It sucks. That's a big room, man. That's a really, really big room. It's not great. You'd think like, oh, it's such a unique room. Yeah, that's great. It's like getting it in the gym. Like, that's awesome. This room is massive. How the hell am I going to get anything? Lecture hall room boundaries are so busted. Right. You have to walk into the room like 5 steps before the temps will drop for that room. So like going in there for a second and be like, temps aren't that low. I'm going to keep going. Yeah, you have to walk further into that room. It's not good enough. Especially during the weekly challenge where it's friendly ghost, but yeah. F that. All right, give me a second. It'll pop up in chat here in a second. I'm just, I need to confirm all the informations. Every time I play high school is always the bathrooms. I do get the bathrooms pretty frequently, which I'm not upset about because that's a room you can control. Not bad. Didn't they say that they were doing limited? Yeah, restricted versions. Yeah, they should be coming up with that. They should be coming out with that next month. Should be. Do I like 5 guys? Which ones? I'm just waiting for this thing to process. Once it processes, it'll show up in chat. You'll see it. Hey, K-Pity, thank you for the prime, man. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Can't wait for them to revamp Edgefield and Ridgeview. They've done such a good job. I can't wait either. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. Okay, dude, this is processing for 15 years. I'm sorry. I can't wait to see what they do for a new map. That's going to be cool. You, Doc, Chiba, Chinggis, Tater, Grip, the 5 guys. There you go. Easy win. Easy peasy. There it is. Holy shit. If you guys do exclamation point enter, we're going to give away a beanie. We haven't done a beanie giveaway in ages. Haven't done a beanie giveaway in ages. If you haven't seen it, it's this one. Didn't realize. Realize I wasn't following. No, you're cool, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the prime before the follow. Thank you. Appreciate you. Listen, it's going to be spooky season soon. You're going to need to keep your head warm. I'm just saying, you know? I'm just saying. How many World Wheelers do we need? I'm like almost halfway there, I think. Yeah, I think this is okay. I might make some adjustments. We might make some adjustments. Thank you, Juju. Hey, singing wolf song. Let's go. GG's. GG's, friend. Make sure you click on that link to redeem. If you didn't see it, if you do exclamation point redeem, you will see it again. You are the only one that will be able to redeem it. It is connected directly to your Twitch. You'll be good to go, man. Appreciate you. All right. Custom contract. You know what we're doing? We are starting fuse box at the start of the contract. We are turning it on. We are going to have the power on. Fuse box visible on the map. I don't care. That doesn't matter. Cursed possession. If we want to expedite the process, we probably should have it. Are the tarot cards fixed? As in one location? Each cursed possession will be in the same location if you have that cursed possession. Player speed. Let's see what happens when I do 50. Yikes. Yikers. Yikers. I'm assuming they meant the animations. Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. I'll stop being stupid. Are they fixed as in, are they no longer 30 feet from your face? And also the whole, like, you can still see them after all, they're all used. Yes, that is fixed. Yes. I did quite like it when we only had Ouija and it had random spawns. I did too, but I can't. I wouldn't give up the cursed possessions. They're great. They're great. Time to finish out the workday. Good day, Mr. 420. Thank you, friend. We'll see you later tonight. What do we think? Should I just try? Let's see how much money we make with this. If I do a 150 with sprint on, because look, if you do this, you're not going to get anything. But if I do 150 speed, let's just see. Not going to know until we know, right?
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before
All right.
investigating.
Eddie Barber. Let's go, Eddie Barber. Let's do this. Let's do this. This. The power is on, but the ghost is not active. Okay. Literal speed running. Yeah, it's just that we don't have the if I didn't care about money, then what I could do is I could just turn on unlimited sprinting. Advice on prestiging. When you reach level 100, you go to the menu screen and you click prestige. I hope that helped. Tiny, thank you for the 3 months. Dear, thank you for the year, man. Very informative. You're welcome. Hello, ghost. Not a mayor. I see no orbs. Oh, it's probably in this room. Okay, let's go get more stuff. What up, Joey? Good to see you, friend. How's it going? For some reason, Monkey Paw, Mirror, and Music Box invade like 90% of my games. I feel like that way sometimes too. Like I'm getting the same things over and over and over again. But then other days it's other things. So I get a mixed bag for sure. I'm not confident on no evidence run. So should I do it? I would get confident with nightmare games first. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Put this here. Put that there. 11 degrees. It's got to be in here, right? Yeah. Definitely. Oh, hop, heap hop, heap hop. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Oh, she's just being slow with giving us evidence. There's nothing I can do. Ain't nothing to but do it. I got space button for the watch since we. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Since you really can't do anything with space bar anyway, that's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, I just use tab because my hand is right there. Yeah, but spacebar is definitely a really good alternative. Let's bring one of these in so we can get more EMFs out of the ghosty. Nothing. It's being stingy. Oh, disgusting dot child. No UV. Dots. No orbs. No spirit box. Probably. Either Oswong, Dale-DeGast, or an Oni. EMF freezing ghost writing. Okay, let's get more EMFs in here. I'll go get more stuff if I have to. Ew, a child. What I might need to do, you know what I might need to change it to? If I'm going to start with the power on, I might need to start it with snow. I know that's something like Mel does, which is actually a pretty smart thing to do. With snow, the temps are already lower. So then if it's going to be a freezing ghost, it'll be freezing faster. So I might need to do that. That might be the schmove. That might be the schmove. Give. Sure. Let us see. Oh my God. Is that a Daverton? Mr. Nuka Dave. Hello, sir. Dave, how have your games been, my mans? Welcome in, friends. Vera, what's up, cat lady? Lady Twilight, Duck, hello. Forever Spooky. YouTube, hello. You're disgusting and I hate you. Oh my God, was that an EMF reading? No, it should have prioritized, right? Right? Ha ha ha. That's gorgeous. It prioritized the ghost over the EMF. That's wonderful. That's quacktastic. So what I'm currently doing, I'm doing the 50 games. I'm doing a custom to try to make it easier. The ghost is being a real pain in the ass. Yeah. So we're trying. Alana, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you all for the follows. Little Bubbler, Twilight, Forever Spooky, Kira, welcome in. If you guys don't know me, my name is Flash. I am a kinetic partner, just like Mr. Dave. I am the voice that you guys hear whenever you're in Dave's stream. I am the hi Dave. Yeah, that's me. So unfortunately, you have to hear my voice a lot. I do apologize. Would you please do the other evidence? But good to see you guys. I hope that you guys had a fun day with Dave. We are also doing the animated drops. Oh no, please just dot for F them schmoves. Dude, it needs to give me more evidence. I have dots. It's not giving me 5. Maybe it's freezing finally. I might do a custom where I start with snow. It needs to get colder faster. This is taking too long. Stop touching the door. No. My door. How do you get the badge for Willow? You have to get the ghost correct 50 times and survive. So naturally you'll get there eventually, but we just, it's an, oh, hey, there we go. Eventually you'll get it, but we like to try to expedite the process. So speed it up a little bit. So it's either EMF 5 or writing. Like, it's got to be writing. Here, watch. It didn't like it being down there. The ghost likes it being up here. That's what it is. It likes to write with its 20 teeth. Sorry, 500 teeth. That's not what I meant. Oh shit. It's 150 speed, by the way. Could anyone tell? Was that... Can anyone tell? Oh, this Nuka Dave crowd, they're used to 150 ghosts. The kid is speed. Did you write in the book yet? God, you suck. Little turd. Oh, hey. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. The ghost answered the question for us. What a hero. It did have line of sight for a bit. It definitely did. It did. Never mind, it can't be an Oni now. Yeah, we got lucky that it decided to fart ball on us. I don't want to play with it. What do you mean, can we play with it? Absolutely not. Piper, good to see you, friend. All right, there we go. Get me out of here. We're really just worried about getting the ghost correct. Oh, man. No, Onis can't fart. That's correct. Dell, thank you for the biddies. No, they cannot. They can't, they shan't, they won't. Mr. Dave, if you do have to run, friend, I appreciate you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, guys, again. Good to see you.
Back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Wait. Hold on a second. Did I miss something there? I had no orbs. That's why I canceled out the orbs, because we didn't have any. Somebody literally just asked me, hey, have you seen anybody reporting problems with that, with not being able to see the orbs? You tried. Yeah. They literally manifested the problem. No, there was no orbs. No, there was none. And we looked multiple times and there was none. Mm-hmm. I've seen orbs appear later, especially in Tanglewood. Time to review the playback. There was no orbs. There were none. That little son of a bitch. All right. What I might do this time is I might do this. We might do... It was indeed. No, that wasn't the Uri's fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. Let's do snow. And changing favorite room, none. And try that. Can you still rule out the mayor if the breaker is off and the ghost switches the light? Yeah, the mayor can still do its ability without the breaker being on. Absolutely. Griff, thank you for the 14 months, man. Thank you for the sub. Hello. Let's go back, shall we? Oh, wait. Oh. We have lanterns. Did they fix the Uri ability? Apparently. I haven't had a chance to run into it, but I guess we'll see. Can a mayor do its ability if the room light is broken by an event? Yep. The light switch, ability that the mayor does not require the power to be on at all. Does not require power. All right, Lori. Be careful. Yeah. We hear you. Why are you doing 150 ghost speed if you're trying to figure out the ghost quickly? Because I'm trying to keep the multiplier at least above a 0. So that's why we made the ghost 150, and I made it so that way it was a little bit more difficult with a 1 second grace period. So that way it's below 0 times. That's why. If I wanted to do just 0 times runs and go figure out the ghost, then I could, but I don't want to. That's why. So I got the lighter. I got this guy. Let's get this, and let's get this. I'm asking if the mayor can do the ability if the ghost of the light break event and breaks the light. Yeah. If you're in a room and the light break event happened in that room and you do the light switch thing, the mayor can still do the ability on it. It's as if there's no power. What's up, Antonio? Good to see you. Because we'd like to make at least a little bit of money. You in here again? If you're orbs, I swear to God, you better show up now. I swear to God. Let's do, I can't place it on top of the books. Oh, that's stupid. Let me... All right, let's go get more stuff. It's in there. Yes. EMF, Snow EMF 5. Do the custom preset games count towards the cards? They do. Webcam? Oh, I made a webcam. Oh, yeah. I know it's that room again. Of course it is. We can get quick evidence with the UV. Maybe. We can try to. Word on the street, if the door fully opens or closes slowly, it's likely your ability, since almost every ghost can slam the doors. Is that what they said? Can you get outside in this map? Well, you don't have a room outside of this map. Are you asking if I can glitch my way outside of this map? Is that what you're asking me? Where the hell are you going? Where are you?
Far.
Oh, it's far. Adorable. Yes. Well, hi, I'm a Kinetic Games partner. I'm partnered with the official creators of Phasmophobia. I don't typically look for glitch spots. It's probably not a good thing for me to do, and probably not a smart thing to ask somebody that is directly connected with the creators of the game. Just pro tip. Love that you can use. Oh, I love Q. I cycle. I cycle all the time. A chance to play around with the new ghost. I have. Yeah. I posted a video on the new ghost. I certainly did. Give me salt. Give me another book and give me that. So I have the setting right now where the ghost can't change its favorite room. So it'll stay in there. Not the pro tip. Oh, yeah. Pro tip. I have spirit box. Don't let me forget. Okay. That means we won't be able to tell if it's a Gorio or not. I get 3 evidence. Why wouldn't I be able to tell it's a Gorio or not? Unless the footprints can go under that mat or something like that, then we don't have UV. Flash, don't forget your spirit box. Roger that. Thank you. I find it rather interesting that this ghost is not giving us anything else. Hey, excuse me. No, turn it back on. It's a Moroi. Red Hat Gaming, hello. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But it's a Moroi. For sure. And Oswongu's favorite room was the art room. But it kept hunting the basement even though I had it to not change its room. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, my sanity was dropping in the room even though the room lights were on. That's why I was checking my watch, because I could see my sanity dropping. Uh-huh. Easy peasy. Let's go. Yes, sir. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Right. Jennifer's. Let's do... I mean, that was working out. That was working out pretty well. Spirit box is nice because it's more of an instant evidence. So is that. And this is nice just for finding the room. So let's try that again. Can you get cursed by a mimic playing a Moroi? I would assume so. And then when it's not mimicking the Moroi anymore, then it's no longer cursing you. That's it. Oh, bed up. It's in here. I saw that. Hey, let me excuse me. Hey, there we go. Orpicles. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Alright, probably not. Doesn't mean 100% that it's not. It's just more than likely. Also, this makes no sense. No sense at all. This, give me this, this. Orbeez are acting funny. They're acting a little funny. Yeah, if you didn't know, there's a light on the front of the house that you can click on, and I don't know why that's not a light switch. We'll put one there for now. Put that there for now. Actually, turn that back off. Every time the spirit box says right here, I say hi, Flash. Aw. Well, I wish I could say hi back. It's a feature. The people living there are giants? How did you know about that light outside? Because somebody randomly said something about it in stream one day. They just said something about the light. They said something about this light here, about turning it on. I said, what do you mean? So I went and clicked it. I said, what the hell is this? but fuck it. YOLO. Okay, no UV. Interestings. What? Give me... Just got your badge. Let's go. They've done really well with the reworks, and oh yeah, the reworks have been good. The new maps have been good. So I'm excited for whenever they come out with the new stuff. All right. Let's see. We have orbs. I'm not getting spirit box. No UV. Okay. Not confirmed for the other stuff yet, though. All right, let's go get more. Can you lose items if you drop them in the pool table hole? I would assume not. Okay, why'd you come in here screaming at me like a ghost? Okay. What do you mean you're scared? Did you check upstairs?
We're gonna be.
You're fine. It's for a party.
Going to pick up.
She's probably, watch, I bet if you walk upstairs, she's gonna be on the first floor.
Oh.
She's a turd. They're going to one of her little friend's birthdays, and she's like, I don't know, mom's not upstairs. As in, not on the main floor. So I said, she's probably upstairs, the second floor. I know, she went, huh. It's like, oh my God. She tried to jump scare me. Yeah, okay. What do we think about the rework? It's awesome. Quacktastic. Did you write any of the books? No. You haven't done anything with any of the items? No. Okay. What the hell? Let's give it some stuff to do. Let it get swole, bruh. Get swole, bruh. Hey, there we go. It did a thing. Still no freezing. Ooh, that's close though. Oh, Dot Grandma. Hi, Grandma. All right. EMF. I know. Probably freezing. Yeah, probably. But I wouldn't count writing out because it hasn't interacted with it at all. Oh, look, it's freezing. Oh, look. You know, it'd be really nice. It'd be really nice if that Ure decided to do Ure things. Yeah, it's a Ure. Did you seriously? Did it shut the door as soon as I left? Wow. Wow. Okay. Sure. Wow. What an a-hole. Well, would you look it? Would you look it? Good Lord.
Welcome back. I prepared some
Did you do
jobs
your
for you.
ability? Did you? No, it never even did it. It just shut the door normally. Basically just kicking me out. What an a-hole. It is being a butt. Agreed upon. All right, what are we at here? Why do I click on it? I'm at like 25 or 26. All right, let's keep going. You're a redemption. It'd be nice if it did something, though. All right, Paul, you're not a banshee and you're not a dying. Because you're already dead. Thank you for the follows, friends. Shamik, welcome in. What's up, Cheesecake? Dear Lucas, Rafieri, hello, welcome in. Why do I... Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I have an empty hand. Cha. Yeah, let's do that. What is the Yuri ability? The Yuri ability is supposed to be where it can slam a door and drain your sanity. Now, what that looks like exactly, hard to say. Ghosty. Ghosty. Oh, Ghosty. Are you hanging out with the kitty cat? Maybe it's in the basement this time. These wasn't tarot cards. True. It's making zero noise. All right, it's a shade. We can leave. Come on, man. Mermaid, hello. Where was that? I thought I heard something. Maybe it's downstairs. Hey, Clincher, how's life? Life is good. How are you? Yeah, power starts on automatically. Yeah. I got nothing, man. What was meant to be a little bit faster is not going to happen. No ghost. I'm about to start checking temps and shit. Is it a shade? Yeah, maybe. Could be. I don't know. Let's get more stuff, you little a-hole. What's my sanity looking like? 80? Yeah, that's fine. What is Doc's activity right now? What the hell does that mean? Doc's activity? I don't know. Maybe he could be EMF 3 at the moment? What? Oh my god. Have you been in the front room the whole time? Wow. Where are you?
Not far from there.
You son of a bitch. You know what? Give me this. Taking you with me. Doc's always EMF 5. I can see that. I can assume that we get UV on this if there's UV. So I assume that we have no UV. Or it's an obake and it's a butthole. That's the assumptions at the moment. All right, give me this. Yeah, asking me what his activity is. What the what kind of question is that? No TV for Ghosty? No. No TV for Ghosty. Stop. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you here? Where are you?
The far region.
Like, even on snow, if it's freezing, if it is, it's still taking forever. Ay, caramba. I'm only here so I don't get fined. Good. That's very smart of you. Because we wouldn't want that to happen now, would we? But welcome. How good of a natural hiding spot is behind the bar? It's okay. It's not bad. I checked and the remote doesn't give UV. Does it really? Is it seriously busted? Because it's supposed to. If I have UV, then yeah, I think that's borked if that's true. The remote UV was busted on Tango for a while. It was a huge... Oh, okay. Go for a little walkie. Someone's here so they don't get fined? Yeah. Yeah. You want some games? Ooh. Maybe I don't have it anyway. Okay. I think this might be a wraith. Did you... You son of a bitch. Never mind. I'll shut up now. Ah, we do have UV. Look at that. Yeah, that's not right. We definitely should have UV on... Yeah, hi. We should definitely have UV on the controllers. Can we get UV on the Switch? I don't know. I would need it to I would need it to interact with the Switch to know that. Yeah, I don't know. Lotion and sock in the bedroom? No, we're talking about the ghost room, not yours. Jesus. Or maybe it's your dad's room. I'm not really sure. All right, let's go. Phantom. Easy peasy. The ghost is a troll. Confirmed.
Welcome back.
Fan of
I
Tom.
prepared some jobs for you.
Everybody's a fan of Tom. Let's go. What's up, Jace? How are you?
We've arrived. Check the
All right,
equipment
Eric.
and get set up before
Eric. Do we have 50? No, if we had 50, I wouldn't be doing this.
with a cursed object.
Yeah, give me. Can you explain the Obake footprints? The Obake can choose to not leave UV. So if you get UV footprints and it looks like there's a really, really large space between one footprint to another, there's a possibility it didn't leave UV there and you have an Obake. Yeah. Good to confirm though. Yeah. Manifesting basement shade. Oh, well, you're a piece of shit. Damn, dude. You gonna wish for pink eye next? What? Oh my god. Like like that should be a Ure thing. Like the door slamming like that, that should be a Ure. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Ah, it's in there again. All right. Jiminy Christmas. It's so aggressive. Let's go. Moon Man, thank you for the 14 months. It's going well, friend. How are you? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Manifesting a dilly. Manifesting a dilly. All right. Unless we have an Obeka snake cake, then no UV. It is not that cold. I guess it's colder than that. Damn, dude. Manifest living room, Pulte or Pulte bomb off the rip next to it. That's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, put that down. We'll put that over. Writing, spirit box. That was like instant. Let's double check on the orbs because we know what happened the last time we tried to look for orbs. Wait. Oh, it's right there. manifesting a boner? No, you need pills for that. You can manifest yourself to Walgreens. You could do that. That's a car ride away. When? Oh, if you leave right now. Yeah. Okay, for now, I'm gonna say no orbs. For now. Let's double check the UV. I'm gonna bring in some salt. I already know that we have that. That's unnecessary. We don't have dots in there though. Let's do that instead. What's up, Purple? How are you? I'll pop one real quick and get back to. Oh my god, no! Don't report back. I don't want to hear about it. Don't tell me. I'll report back. No, thank you. I'll pass. That is information that I do not need. Excuse me. Did I double? Oh shit! I double placed. That's my bad. Gotta keep HQ informed. Good lord. We're not gonna walk around anymore? Okay. And play Phas in a bit. What is this map? This is Willow Street. Yeah. The Willow Street rework has been out for a few days. Skies! Thank you for the 4-month prime. Thank you for the sub, dude. What do we have? Dio more. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna get hunted. Is this a Moroi? This is gonna seem like it's gonna defeat the purpose, but hold please. Crunch, 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 crunch. There we go. I'll bring another one of these. I'll bring one of these, which I don't probably need. We'll be fine. What's up, Reaper? Thank you for the follow. Where are you? Are you here? Oh, shit. Where are you?
Taken away.
Taken away. It's taken away. Yeah, my sanity's going down. It's a Moroi. Yep. Crunch, crunch. I need to know the thought process behind gnawing on pills. Like, I don't know the process behind gnawing on pills like the ones that are in that bottle. Yeah. I can't help you. Now, when it comes to like chewable vitamins, that's a different story. Yeah. How the ghosties been? Not bad. They've been okay. We're kind of flooring it through. Not necessarily worried about XP or money. We're just worried about getting the ghost correct. Hence why I have $300 for getting it right. But yeah, it's fine. Some crunchy pills. Ugh. Eek. Eek. I might take it off Snow. I don't know if Snow's actually helping us here. Because I don't think it is. Peggy! Thank you for the 48 months, Peggy. How are you? I feel like it should be helping, but it doesn't feel like it's helping very much at all. What is the skull next to Sunny Meadows for? It's for the Apocalypse trophies. If you go into the game and you go to the event board, there's an Apocalypse. There's Apocalypse posters there. Click on those posters. It'll tell you what it's for. No blood moon. No, not today. Not today. Yeah. Is your game breaking soon? Not that I'm aware of. Do you know something I don't know? Streaming again tonight? Yes. I will be indeed. Like in the video. What? No, I just got here. Oh, okay. Okay. Give me this. This has been working, so we're just sticking with it for now. What is the noise as you come out of the van? The noises that come out of the van? Found snow is really helpful if you also start with the breaker off. That might be the way to do it. That might be the way to do it, just because then it is automatically cold and not warm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Was that an orbital right away? I saw that. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? You missed the jank? No, it's just phobia, not jankophobia? Oh, go play a game with some jank in it. There's plenty of them. Plenty to be had. I think they mean the lighting bug where it's all black and white. Yeah, I'd rather not have that again. Yeah, no thank you. No thanks. I'll pass. No. No, 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 no. Burglar gnomes, there you go. Yeah, there's plenty of games with it. UV. Over here. Orbs, UV. Okay. I wasn't getting spirit box. Freezing dots EMF. Okay. Freezing dots EMF. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Ghost, you're not doing anything. Oh, there you go. Hi. All right. I'm gonna go get some firelights. We need this ghost to be interacting with things, and it's not doing jack squiz not. Let's double check that. Well, we've already got UV, so I'm not even really worried about it. It's the freezing EMF and dot. So let's do another dot, and then let's grab 2 lanterns. Yeah, let's do that. Do I like the new Willow? I think the new Willow is fantastic. I love it. I love it. And we'll put more dootskis over here. It doesn't cover that area, though. I don't like it. That does. No, I like it. Yeah, 3 evidence. It's supposed to be. Wow, dude. More EMF checks. Onto Banshee Obake. Okay, let's go get some salt and do a UV check. See if it's possibly an Obake. Yeah. This, give me this. Just in case. The ghosty breathed? No, well, I guess it technically did breathed. Are you freezing? Not yet if it is. Put salt all up in this piece. Okay. Nothing out of the norm. It's got to be freezing if it's not giving me anything. I wish Kinetic gave us more of an incentive to promo. What do you mean? What do you mean to promo? We're going to start with the power off next time. God. The freezing is just... Bitch. Yeah, it's a Hantu. Bye. Oh, gave us more incentive to prestige. I agree. Yep, I've been talking about that for quite a long time. I think that we should get more for prestige. It should just... We should get more variety for prestige. Different things. They discussed that at one point, that if you prestige, there's a possibility you could get full prestige of like extra XP or 2 times the money. Why not do that, but also expand upon that and make it more interesting, where on your 3rd or 4th prestige, you unlock certain cosmetics, or like on the 5th prestige, you unlock a permanent unlock. So no matter what, if you prestige again, that you're good to go. Oh, look, my game just crashed. That was fun. That way it makes people want to prestige. Yeah. Ken, thank you for the prime. Yeah. I mean, now that cosmetics are out, that's a possibility that's endless. And when you get to a certain prestige, unlocking like a really cool jacket or something like that. Fast said, I'm out of here. Permanent unlock, I think, would be great. Yeah.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
I
ready
think
for you.
that would be fantastic. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're at 27. So let's go to the custom here, and I'm going to go contract. Fuse box at the start of the contract is going to be off, but we'll make it visible so I can see where it is from the truck. We need clothes to be cheaper. Well, if that's the case, then we need to earn less money in investigations. My headphones are Arctis 7s, Steel Series. Because yes, it's expensive. However, you unlock the cosmetic permanently. So you should be making less money so that way you don't unlock it so fast. Yeah, I've got ads in like 5 minutes. I think we could try to do a quick run before that. All right, let's try to get in there and do another. That's how COD is. One per. Yeah, you would get the prestige tokens. That was the way we first brought it up. As much as I think grinding more levels, I'm really just not ready to lose all that progress I've done. Level 1500. It takes me 19k experience to level up once. I just don't know. Yeah, hopefully there's some incentive at some point. Yawn. Yawn, Sweeney. Yawn, Sweeney. Give, 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 give. And the breaker. Oh, what you guess it? It's in the basement. Perfects aren't remotely worth it most of the time. No. No. Perfect games are just for funsies to say that you did it. It is more economical. Upstairs? To do it, to run multiple games. Run multiple games instead of doing perfect games if you're worried about XP and money. Oh my Lanta. Alright, dude, I get it. Relax. Shit. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Probably not. Okay. Perfect game badges? That'd be cool. It would be cool just to have like how many perfect games you've done maybe or something like that. I don't know. I think that'd be pretty cool. Thank you for all the follows, friends. Welcome in, Ken. Thank you again for the prime. Thank you for the sub, dude. All right, probably not UV. Put some dudicles in there. Drop that in there. Yeah, get more stuff. When was Phasmo golden era? I don't know. First time in the stream. Watched a lot of the YouTube vids. I appreciate you coming over, Rossi. Welcome in. Let's check this. We'll do this and one of these. No. Yeah, we're not worried about money necessarily. I'm more worried about getting the ghost correct. Hello. Put that there. Put that there. And we'll put that there. All right, I'd probably say no to the UVs. Do I know if my headphone connects to PS5? That's probably worth a Google, friend. Yeah. I can almost guarantee that if you look that up, it'll tell you yes or no. I have no idea. I dothn't be knowing. Mel, thank you for the 55 months. What the hell, dude? Why has it been so long? Hi, Coda. How are you? Mel, how was the rest of your... I was lurking you yesterday. How was stream? I appreciate you. Why wouldn't what be appropriate? Bake Raiju? Well, if I don't... no, the odds of that... The odds of having UV there... I mean, I could really make sure. But... we probably have a Raiju. In the middle of setting up our new smoker. Oh. What are you going to make? What's the first thing? I don't know if I trust... I don't think I would trust myself. With a smoker? I wouldn't trust myself. I'd screw it up somehow. Dude, seriously. This whole like stepping in it and never stepping again thing, not my bag. Asking a kinetic partner what their favorite ghost is. Who said that wasn't appropriate? There you go. Stippy stompies, dude. Stippy stompies. Yeah, no UV. Okay. Hey, Soletta, I'm good. How are you? Smoking some brisket. Oh, I love brisket. It's got to be a Raiju. It has to be. No UV at all. What's up, Metal? Early stream? Yeah. Yeah, I had the afternoon, so I figured we would do an early stream. And then, and I'll have my tonight stream as well.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yeah, there we go. I don't know the rules of being a part. What conversation is happening right now? Some dude asked it and said he doesn't know if it's appropriate or not. Oh. Well, I mean, okay, but there's nothing wrong with them saying, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask that or not. That's fine. I wouldn't give them shit for it. Yeah. Yeah. My favorite ghost is a mimic. Easy peasy. Yeah. Sounds like you're trying to stir up some tea for no reason. Yeah. Alexis, welcome in. All right, we have ads coming. I'm going to go ahead and run them now. And then once they're done, we'll go back in. We still have to keep going. So if you're connected party, you can't have it. I don't know. I just work here, dude. I just work here. I got nothing. All right, ads. Let's do the things. Your least favorite ghosts are Demon and Twins? Oh, I like them, though, because there's easier ways to figure them out. That's why I like them. Flash's favorite ghost is a Shade. How dare you? I still don't have a lock on a Yurei. Like, the Yurei now, I don't even know what, like, the Yurei ability looks like compared to the other ghosts. If it's fixed, okay, like, we saw the ghost slam the door shut and it wasn't a Yurei. So it's like, what does the Yurei do anything special? I'm assuming no. Which really sucks. Like, the whole point of the Yurei was the door thing. So if the Yurei has been just basically, well, no ghost can do the Yurei ability. It's like, okay, does that mean they can't drain sanity with the door, but they can still do all the door slamming stuff? I don't know. I don't know. Least favorite's yokai. Wait, why? I like yokais. Yokais are cool. Just played the new Wheel of Street for the first time. Got the Delta Gast. Almost got my perfect. Right after clicking to leave, I realized I didn't get the bone. Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate. I don't know what update it's going to be wherever they add the ability for us to see the bone has been picked up in the journal. It is going to happen. I just don't know when. Hopefully in the next update. That'd be nice. If it's coming next month, fantastic. When can we do a sausage check? I mean, in your private time, you can do that whenever you feel like. We can only do that when we are at Point Hope. I was in an odd dream of yours last night. I'd rather not hear it. Yep. Reaper, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Thanks for the sub, man. I'm sorry. What? I'm good. I'm good. Well, there's a patch coming next week. That patch is to fix a couple of things, but the quality of life things, possibly including the bone, is next month. People are weird every day. This is true. That's a very fair point. Mayor makes a very fair point. Heart, I have no idea. I don't know what gate was opened. I don't know, like, I don't know what basement got unlocked. I'm not sure. It's been interesting though. Yeah. Sorry to disappoint you, but I never. Hyper. You don't have to tell me. Damn. Leave some for the imagination. Shit. What's the new ghost ability? The new ghost doesn't have an ability. Nope. Negative. I hate Thays. I'm still newer to the game. By the time I figure it out, to Thay, it's aged. It's so much harder. Yeah. When you've aged a Thay a lot, it's really difficult because it does literally nothing. So it's nice when they hunt early and they're fast and you're like, what the hell is this? Because it makes it a little bit easier. For sure. Groovy. The August quality of life update seems to be the bone journal, restricted maps, and the costume choosing the ghost. I hope so. I hope so. Oh, interesting. Oh, weird. What's up, Kyle? Favorite ghost? Mimic. Love a mimic. All right, what are we up to now? We are kind of moving, right? Yeah, we're at 28 or 29. Sometimes that gets off in the count. Let's go. Let's do more.
All right, we're here.
Can't you test for Ure by salting the boundary of the ghost room after smudging it since it can't cross the boundaries? Good luck testing that successfully because the odds of actually doing a successful test where you trap a Ure is basically nil. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody that can successfully do that. Can I help you with what the fuck does that mean? Can you help me with Obombo? What? What do bits do? Bits are currency for Twitch, and it's money that goes to the streamer. Who the fuck? Can I help you with Obombo? Is that like a new dance I don't know about? Can I help you with the Obombo? I'm really good at it. Thank you, Squirrel. Man. Interesting. Sometimes I love reading chat. Sometimes I feel like I might do it too much. Yeah. Live again tonight? Yes. Absolutely am. That'll probably be normal time. That's not going to be any different. It's just I had the afternoon, so that's why I figured I'd stream early. Me. Thank you, Edgar. Double-edged sword. Yeah, I mean, you're risking it for the biscuit when you do it. For sure. You're risking it for the biscuit. I didn't check for the power, but that's okay. Odds are it's in the basement. Most of the time. What I mean is helping you. Well, that's what the evidence is for, friend. Yeah, the evidence helps me know if it's the ghost or not. Why do I not do gambling? Because I don't want to. Bits pay for far. No, break. You shut your lips. You better knock it off. Mark, thank you for the biddies. How are you, friend? Oh, in the bathroom again? Oh, it's a one, not two. Where are you? Are you here? What the hell? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Interesting. What's up, Chaos? How are you? Nothing? Okay. We run. We must run. Ghosties apparently gotta go. Apparently every ghost needs to go to the damn bathroom. Soletta, I'm good. How are you? How was your day? How's your Friday? We gotta decide what kind of pizza we're getting tonight. I think Izzy wants Papa John's. I'm good. I know. It was a surprise stream. I know. That was the dad voice response? Yeah, you're very welcome. here, HR chucking stuff. You shut your mouth. No, no, no. Cheese and bacon with broccoli. Ew, dude. Listen, the stream door is open. You are welcome to leave anytime you want. You're going to come in here saying shit like that? You can get out of here. You don't come in here offering me broccoli pizza. Oh, by the way, I snuck some kale in there for you. What the hell? Chaos, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you for the sub. Gem, how are you? God damn. How long am I streaming for? I don't know for sure, Cosmo. For a bit, for a while. Really, what it's based off of, it's going to be based off when my family gets home. So they went, I think they all decided to go just because they all have like friends that are in that family. But one of the little kiddos' friends has a birthday party, so that's where they are right now. Whenever they get home from that, that's when I'll probably stop. So it's hard to say. Oh my God, it's freezing. Oh my Lanta, run. Why do you buy so much equipment when you're playing alone? Because you don't need that much? Because I'm lazy and I want to bring everything because I don't care. That's why. Very, very honest answer. I don't want to make a preset where it's like, well, I'm only solo, so I only use so much. I'll just bring everything. If I die and I lose the equipment, I get punished for dying. So, yeah. Feet Licker. Thank you for the gifted sub to Ember. See, you all need to follow the footsteps of Feet Licker because they know what they're doing. Understand? Got that? Picking up what we're putting out? See what we're doing? See what they said? See what they did? All right, Christopher Norris. Did I not see that at the beginning? I did not. Did I have anything other than freezing? I had orbs, yes? It's bright as shit in there. You don't want to follow licked feet? You're just not doing it right. You're just not doing it right if you're not. Okay. Give me that. Yeah. There we go. I sent you a ranch soda. No. Feet Licker wouldn't send me a ranch soda. Yeah, WWFD. What would Feet Licker do? Remember that, friends. Oh shit, it's a Revenant. Tater, run! How close? I'm close to like 30. I have like 20 more to go, Tater. This is working though. I know I'm not making a lot. I did already. Did you really? I swear. Dude, I have one in the fridge and I have 2 on the shelf. I don't need any more. It's a Revenante. Yeah, I've got like 20 more to go. But this custom that we're doing right now, where it's not a very, it's like 1 point something. It's not that much. But
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
it's helping us get the ghosties really fast. So that's the good part. Yeah. Can I get you new internet? Go to the library. I bet you haven't before, and it's going to be new to you. You're welcome. Don't say I never did anything for you. Break! Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Feet Licker 4000. If they come into this chat, I swear to God. Have to do a custom that doesn't burn you out. That's what it is. And actually, it's kind of fun finding these ghosts this fast and moving like this. You're scared of books? Damn, dude, sucks to suck. So with this custom, it's been really nice finding the ghosts like within minutes, less than 5 minutes every single time. And we are now at 29. Yeah, just following the footsteps of Feet Licker. Look at that. Brother, ew. I love how everyone's reaction to Revy. I know, because if it starts hunting, that's bad news bears. A 150 Revy? I gotta go. I gotta go home. Yeah. This is, listen, I'm just sticking to my guns here because this has been working out. Oh my God, the power's upstairs. Oh my God. All right, no orbicals yet. say yet because we're hoping to see some. Don't be in the bathroom again. Yeah, we're at 150. Oh, I saw something weird. What's up, Huff? How are you? Welcome in. Go on. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Live in Maryland? I do. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Hopefully it's in there. That is a video. Yeah. The distorted music. It is indeed. Give me that. Give me that. And I'm going to actually bring one of these. I am not going to bring one of those. We're going to bring one of these instead. I think there were orbs in the bathroom. Were there really? Did I just miss it? No, you're not. Oh my God, you did see orbs. How did I miss it? Was it like on the way out? It's in here again. Is this the third time in a row? What the dickens? It popped in for like half a second on the way in. Ah, thank you. Well, good eye spotting that because I totally missed it. All right, give me this. Give me this. Where are you? Where are you?
Close to bustling.
Oh, well, I guess you're in the right room. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you?
Close to bustling.
Okay, dude, you sick bastard. We got you. I appreciate it. Orbs, spirit box. Okay. We'll go get some salt and we'll check for UV. This is just good practice and trying to identify the ghost quickly. Yeah. Close to. Yes, Ab, they addressed it. They put up a post. I don't know if they did in the Discord or not, but they put up a post on Twitter addressing that people are missing badges and things like that. There's going to be an update next week that's going to solve that. What did you do? There's nothing happening in here, bro. Holy poop. All right, just to make sure. How do I get 2 badges for the cat one? By watching my stream for 2 hours. Unless you're mimicking an Obake, you're an Onryo, and that we're just gonna go with it. We're just gonna go with it. What map do I want to see in Phas? I would love to see a broke down carnival. That's my #1 wish. I don't have high hopes for it, but it is forever the map that I would like to see. They are really focusing on small maps for the most part because they know that most people play small maps the most. So it makes sense to cater to that.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I bet you did, because we're going to do more. Yeah. What's up, Sarah? How are you?
All right, we're here.
Give. Dream ghost? You dream of ghosts? That's really weird. Damn, dude, you gotta get yourself a girl, mate. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Okay. New ghost is hella fast. If you have not thrown any objects yet, then yes, it's gonna be fast. But throw 26 unique items and that ghost will be like a Dio. it will be super slow. Oh, I never turned the power on. Shit. Put it over here. Okay, no freezing yet. Do that and get more. I like the idea of bigger maps, but also release a restricted version alongside it. Yeah, I do like that idea. I think it's going to be tough if they decide to release like a larger map because of how much time it's going to take. You sons of bitches. Alice, I swear to God. Ah, swears to it. Shelling, good to see you. Lucky, thank you for the 4-month prime. My God. Oh, hey. We got of. Can I link the Phas Discord? If you Google Phasmophobia Discord, it will show up. We might have a command for that. We usually have a command for like literally everything. But yeah, it'll definitely come up though. Shit, if you go to discord.gg/Phasmophobia, I bet it'll take you there. What the? Whatsy doodles? I'll leave that off. Ah, we got freezing. Pond 2. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you ugly? Where's your mama? Okay, grab. When are we doing Guess the Ghost again? I don't know. Have I done it this month? Yeah, we'll go on. Wait for that mimic. Don't you wish that upon us. What's up, Zero? How are you? Ooh, I thought we did too. Yeah, if we did, then it'll be next month. I do it once a month.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
On 2.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Let's try Squeeze to Death.
Before investigating.
You got the drop. Let's go.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but please remain careful.
Liquid Death. Ain't bad. Not bad. No perfects? No, I'm not even going for objectives. We're just trying to get the ghost correct so we can get the Willow Street badge. It's called Squeeze to Death. Basically like orange. Yeah, what I like about these is they are not overpowered. They're not like super sweet or anything like that. It's just, it's the presence is there without it being overwhelming. I like it. No, wait, no, Liquid Death is not, they have things with caffeine, but this is not caffeinated. You did ghost guessing at the end of June, so not this month. Interesting. Did I make Phasmo? No. Did you think I was the developer? Okay, you're here somewhere. Where are you?
Struck from behind.
Yeah, the doors are very aggressive. Holy crap on a stick! Found him. Grandpa, Jesus Christ. It'd be cool if you were. I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I can't do anything development side. You should make a game. No. Why? You should make a game. Why don't you make a game? Can I eat the crap? Yeah, sure. Here, I'll help you. Here, watch. Easy peasy. Look at that. Now you have 600 seconds that you can spend eating the crap. Easy peasy. People don't understand the time, energy, and headache it takes to make a game. Oh, I'm sure there's people that spend years upon years to make games. I just don't have any expertise in it. That's all. The doors be say correct, I have a slam. This map especially, they're really aggressive. Really aggressive. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hey, Siri. Set a timer for 8 minutes. You'll see what that means here soon. Great question. I would agree. Jeez, thank you for the biddies. Awesome. Thank you for the 2 months. Had a rough day. I'm happy I can be here to watch the stream. Well, I'm glad you're here, friend. I don't know if you're going to be around later, but I'll be streaming later as well if you want to chill. All right. I'm going to bring... Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's bring that. Let's choose some of these. Crunch, crunch. Why do people drive stupidly around malls? What do you mean around malls? People drive dumb around everywhere. What do you mean? You mean why do they drive stupid around every bit of life? Yeah, this better not be while you're driving. I agree with that statement. Writing. Did I get anything? I got spirit box. Yeah. Where are you? No, come back. Oh, where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here?
Slips away.
Yeah, I thought I did. What the hell? A red light. Blondie, get off your phone. I'm not seeing any freezing. Let's make sure there's no late orbs or anything like that. Ah. %, no UV. 100%. Blondie, we will see you later, friend. No phone and driving. No, no. No, no. The dripping is unnecessary. Anyone ever figured out their Easter eggs with the rework? I think like the cat meowing is the closest thing you're going to get to an Easter egg on this map. There might be some lore, but you're not going to find like Easter eggs to unlock badges or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Wow, dude. That only took forever. Uh-oh, I'm probably cursed to shit and back, aren't I? Oh, God, oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I was trying to look at my watch and I alt-tabbed. Ah, caramba. Ah, caramba. Yeah, it's lore, not a puzzle. Yeah, got it. Freezing, writing, spirit box. There we go. Night Raptor, hello. How are you? Oh, man. For how many hours am I going to be playing right now? That I'm not sure about. That is really hard to say because it might be for like another hour. It might be for another 2. We'll see. But I will be streaming later tonight though, for sure. 100%. Just in case. All right. We're at 32. I'm telling you, we're on the move, man. I told you. I do wish we could hear the cat meowing even when the closet's closed. I do too. Oh. You see that look in my face? No, that's not freezing. That's just me passing judgment with some of the things that we've had to answer today. Oh, no. That's just the correct emotion for passing judgment. That's all. All right, Jane Bailey. It was a good one. It was meant to be. That's the way it knew where to freeze. And now. All right, Power's upstairs. Good deal. This is a good judgy face. Let's go. Question. Freezing temps to ghost evidence with 0.8. So you can say that you have freezing temps if it is 0.9 degrees or lower, because a non-freezing ghost can't get temps below 1. And the reason for that is because of the tier 1 thermometer. The tier 1 thermometer is a mercury thermometer. It's not digital, so it's a little harder to see the difference between the jump of like 1 and 0 and decimal. So they just made it where normal ghosts can't go below 1 degree. So if you're playing with evidence and you see 0.9 degrees on a tier 2 or tier 3 thermometer, think of it like an early freezing detection system. 0.9 degrees, you have freezing. 100% guaranteed. If you are playing on a no evidence run, you will never see below 1 degree because you can't get freezing. Even if it's technically a freezing ghost, you will not get below 1 degree in a no evidence run because you're not going to get evidence. What if it's snowing? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it's snowing, you still will never see below 1. Never. Oh, hello. Tell you what, I'm not upset about seeing orbs. That's... Where are you?
See, it's far and wide.
Oh, I bet you are. Mm-hmm. You know what I should check? We've been getting that a lot lately. Let's just verify. Wait a minute. Hold on. For a second, it looked like his sanity was dropping. That's why I did this. I didn't get a noti that you'd gone online. I sent a noti in Discord. Okay, I don't think it's dropping. I don't think so. That, go over there. All the room lights have to be on to retain your sanity and not lose passive sanity. That's correct. Yep. What's up, Bucky? That is correct. Yeah, we'll be fine. I've played with ghost evidence with some friends, but they didn't trust me that 0.9 degrees, that's an evidence. I know, it's because it's talked about that freezing is 0 degrees or below. That is why. Where are you?
The far reach.
Are you here?
The far reach.
Where are you?
A closing.
Where are you? Wolf, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Good old Jeffrey Bezos. Good old Jeffrey Bezos. Oh, it's not a mare. There we go. 8 minutes are up, and we do that. Easy peasy. See, the person that we timed out for 10 minutes was the person being a weirdo and asking a bunch of questions. Basically just being a creep and a weirdo. So I timed them out for 10 minutes, knowing that they would wait for 10 minutes to say something again. And when it was close to 10 minutes, I banned them. Yeah. All right, let's go. Bond, thank you for the 20 months. What were they saying? Creep things. Just don't be a creep. If you think it might sound like it's going to make you a creep, just don't be that guy. Yeah. If you're about to say something, you're like, oh, this might sound... There's your sign. Oh, great. The radio I can't turn off. right? God damn it. People need to learn to filter. It's just people need to learn to not be weirdos. We have, wait, spirit box, orbs, ultraviolet, right? Where'd my orbs go? Yeah, it's right there. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Freezing? We haven't had a mimic yet. Stop it. Sounds like Halloween stuff. The radio, yeah. Unfortunately, there's something with that radio right now. We can't turn it off. So if it's not going to be freezing, that's why I said it can't go below 1. It'll get close, but it will not go below 1 degree. How often do you come across a run without a cursed object? Only if I'm playing without a cursed object. We got to go with it. It's not happening. Honorable. It's going well, friend. How are you? Yeah, I'm trying to get the badge, the Willer Street badge. Yeah. Someone told you 0.9C will count as freezing because they're correct. Lovely. We're still good, dude. We have 25 minutes for another set of ads. We are rocking. Colin, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. The stupid radio make everyone go crazy. Yeah, I just got to get out of that room.
There's some jobs ready
Foremost, we go back.
We've arrived. Check the equipment. Get set up before investigating.
Go. Does the tier 2 salt push the ghosty back into the room? No, the tier 3 does. Tier 3 will make the ghosty turn around. Turn around. We'll just do Orby checks while we listen for the ghost. Does the ghost have to stay in the circle for any amount of time? Well, when you light the summoning circle, it will stay in the circle for a certain amount of time. The only time it... Oh, that's a ghost fart. Oh, I can't record that. The only time it will not do that is if you fully light the circle when the ghost is already hunting. If you do that, then the ghost will already be hunting and just start from where the circle is. Now, it evented from this floor. I'd say the odds are it's probably here. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you here? I still think here. Let's go check. Same room. It might be in the hallway. That might be different. No, Blondie, you're okay, friend. No, no, no. We just want you to be safe is all. Great. Thank you for the prime and then the follow. Thank you, man. Let's check our temps in that area, though. I'm at 81%. I got hit by the fart ball. We know it's not an Oni. Game F5. Do I do viewer games? Yep. I do one once a month if we hit our goal on the Twitch side, and we did this month, so we'll have one at the beginning of next month. Oh, it is here again. What the wrench? Oh, gosh dang it. Orbs are cute. I like orbs. Where are you? Hey. All right. gotta stand still. No, you're okay. The cat should hiss? Oh, I can see that. What's up, Sam? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Reckless, thank you for the follow. Phantom, welcome in. Mystery. Ain't good to see you. Hello. Let's assault the ghost. Get assaulted. Imagine loving your cats so much your whole house is decorated for them and then leaving them behind, those absolute monsters. But what if the ghost, what if Kitty passed away first though? You know? So they might not have left it behind. Where are you? No, that cat's stuck in that house. That's confirmed. That cat has to be there. Maybe it's literally stuck in the... Okay. What am I missing? EMF. What? Yeah, okay. It must not have walked when I okay, whatever. I swore I thought it walked. I was like, okay, maybe we don't have UV. It must have stepped in the salt and that was it. It's a miling. There are mouse traps downstairs, so that means the cat's out. Yeah, that's true. Or maybe the cat just doesn't do a very good job. So they make up for that by putting the mouse traps down. Either or. It could be either one.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Every now and then I'll fall apart. Miling. We're doing this over and over and over to try to get our badge. Yeah. What's up, Angie?
Check the equipment. Get set up before
So I've been doing this setup has been working for me. That's why I've been using it. It just works really well.
light switching.
If we have orbs, easy peasy, then we know where the ghost is. If we don't, then we just walk around until we find it. Was a discussion a few moments ago that the thermo set to C shows freezing as not 0? We were talking about that. Yeah, about if you're using Celsius and you see 0.9 degrees on a digital thermometer, it's going to be a freezing ghost. Oh my God, you're in here again. Where are you?
You're close to him.
I bet you are. Freaking bathroom ghost, dude. Another person said the person who made the game had a cat named Willow. Yeah, that was CJ. Yep. Passed away, so Willow Street's dedicated to the cat, which it was. Yeah, the original Willow Street was dedicated to the cat in the same way. Frame picture of the cat paws in the house and the cat. Correct, but we don't know the lore with the map, though. I don't know if the lore is based off of his actual cat's life or if it's based off something else. Yeah, there's a picture of the cat there. I'm close. Oh, hell no. So, Jewel, hello, how are you? Orbs, spear box. Spurt Burks. You son of a bitch. Okay. Okay. We're just going to throw stuff around, huh? What's my number one tip for what? God damn it. Where are you?
From behind.
Eek. How long to watch for drops? 2 hours. 2 hours will get you both the animated and the static badge. Apparently the top left picture on the fridge is Willow right there. Yeah. Yeah. Very close. Oh, let's get more stuff. Oh, no saying, no evidence. Number one tip. My number one piece of advice for you would be to make sure that you're comfortable with the ghosts. Make sure that you at least know something special about every single ghost, whether it's the hunting speed, whether it's an ability, how it acts, behaves, some way to eliminate or confirm the ghosts. Every single one, because when you're on a no sanity, no evidence, you're having to narrow the ghost down. You're basically playing a huge game of guess who. So what you want to do is you want to ask yourself questions that will eliminate as many ghosts as possible at once. So making the ghost will hunt on a no sanity, no evidence run. So that immediately will get rid of a bunch of them. Is this a fast ghost? No. Okay, eliminate all the fast ghosts. Yeah. It's the way to do it for sure. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. When it feels like you're stuck, look at the ghosts that you have left and just ask yourself, okay, what makes these ghosts different? And then go confirm. Sunny Meadows badge, I do. Let's do that. There's a video on the TikToks where Wheelers is for sale. Yeah, it was the trailer that they did. What's up, youth? Welcome in. Do you have of? No. Hi, Crystal. No, it's pronounced Flash. Flash. Oh, freezing. Unreal. Well, you don't have UV, so we'll go with that. Okay, we're out. So the couple is still alive somewhere. You got me. Hi, Millsy. You mother. You son of a bitch. Millsy, how are you doing? How goes it? How's the fam? OP, thank you for the follow. Hey, yo, what's up? Karen, hello, how are you? Is that with 1 or 2 A's? You know what? Yes. Yes. Does that help? I hope it does. Carrie, I swear to God. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. We're doing an early stream for kicks because I had the time. It's just a really good time for us to grind out the Wheeler Streets. Break, I swear to God, you know that I know that you stream later, right? You know that I know the URL to your stream. I will find you. Very particular set of skills. Break does love fart trains. This is true. Yeah, Phoenix. Yeah, you tell her. Just got the badge. Let's go, Froggy. Hell yeah. It's a little weird. I haven't had the... like, I'm speaking too soon, but I haven't had the ghost down here. I hath not. Air dried sketty. Thank you for the biddies, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do see my breath. Is it right here? I bet you it's right here. Where are you? sorry. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? I still think you're here. I still think it is. We'll get some more equip monks and go to the basement. Mario is very excited. My ghost luck is catastrophic on new maps. Usually mine is okay. It seems it's very back and forth, but some of these ghosts are doing nothing. Literally zero. Didn't know the doll in the room can be repositioned. Oh, I have yet to have that happen. That hasn't happened to me once. EMF 5. Activity should be set to whatever it was for Pro. I don't think I ever changed it, actually. Okay, if it is freezing, we just don't have it yet. That's fine. Removing the loud object from the ghost? That's correct. Get that stupid drill away from it. Yeah. Yeah. Not today, Ghosty. Not today. Let's get another book down there. Would I ever stay in a real haunted house? Probably. First ghost non-tango was a spirit. Haunted when I hit low sanity. Managed to path directly to the closet I was in. Instantly opened the door. No, I'm not mad about it still. No. Never. Alright, you seem to be doing stuff when I'm not around, hotshot. Find that very interesting. Alright, well, writing's out of the question. Gotcha. Snuck up on him. He didn't know what to do. Take that, you jerk. A single step. Okay. Do I have any other evidence? Have I gotten anything else? Oh, the EMF 5 when I walked downstairs. Oh no. Oh no. Let's watch it like this. Oh no. It might be a Goryo. It might be a Goryo. It's not Obambo. Oh, thank you. I had no idea. The map is Willow. It's the new reworked Willow. It's been out for maybe a few days. Yeah, the update has not been out for very long. We think this might be a Goryo based on the lack of evidence it's giving me. Hey. We just talked about this. We know that it's not writing. I don't have orbs. I wasn't getting spirit box. This is either a Jinn or a Goryo. It's gotta be. Has to be. You better go back to your room. You play your Tendo. I'm getting out of here. We figured out with the hunt. We could have, but the evidence was there, so we didn't need to. Yeah, it's a Goryo. What's up, Luna? Kath, welcome in. Just Jaden, hello. No need. Did we look at a new badge? It did. That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, we are working on trying to get the 50 runs done so we can get the badge. Mm-hmm. By what information you are telling?
Jobs for you.
Evidence give. Ghost Goryo. No person. Camera only see. I think. Hopefully, they probably understood it. You guys don't have to, just them. I was speaking their language. Spooter! Doing well, how are you? Hair dry Sketty, thank you for the biddies. Night Snow, thank you for the 11 months. All right, we could get another one under our belt. We could do another one for sure. I'm at 36, so we're on the move. We're on the schmove. I don't think Yoda would understand that. No. No. Donosaurus, thank you for the 9 months. It's a Twitch baby, and we're in a map, so that means the baby's name is Jan Winter. Wait, yeah, Jan. Yeah. Mel, thank you for the 6 months. Hello. He's a baby. All right. Stick with our setup here. This has been the go-to. And I like it. What's up, Hex? How are you doing? Yeah, we're making you lose it today. No, I'm just trying to match the energy. I think that's what's happening here. Trying to match the energy. Like, let's say there was a day where I became a full-time creator. Like, I would probably stream during the day on Fridays. Like, I would have to be used to that. Now let's do power first. Oh, well, looky, I got hooky. Issa here. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Unlikely. Yep. When school's in session? Oh no. It's a matter of tolerance, and I have a very high one. That's all it is. Why is John holding a grudge? I don't know. He's pissed. Roofie, yo. Roofie. Give me that, and this. We'll check freezing next. Orbicals. Okay. Silent Songbird, welcome in. And Maddie, thank you for the prime, man. Thank you for the primes. I appreciate you. You get one of those a month. You get one of those a month. And you chose here, and I appreciate you for it. I set a reminder for myself because I always forget that I have one. Damn. Okay. Interesting. If that was not fast as shit. Mayor Revithe. Dots, freezing, or spirit box. Well, we tried spirit box and that wasn't happening. So probably freezing or dots. Twitch reminder. Yep. As soon as I use it, I set a reminder for the next month. Yeah. I watch a grand total of 2 people on Twitch. It's pretty easy. Oh, thank you so much. There's so many great people to watch, though. I would really recommend always checking out lots more peeps. It's chucking stuff. Okay. We'll do this, and we'll do this. I'm at 87 sanity. It's possibly a Thay, and it wrote really fast. So it might try to early hunt us. Let's stop that from happening, actually. Here. We'll put another one down just for shits and kicks. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. We can beat the ads. I am a Connecticut partner. Yeah. Let's do it this way. There we go. Terevi. Bye. The chewing of the pills makes me upset. It is a little unnerving. It should be more of like a really light gulp. It shouldn't be a chew. It should definitely just be a light gulp. Yeah, not a crunch, crunch, crunch. Never really made sense to any of us. Oh, hey. I don't know what the hell that was.
Welcome back.
Revy. All right, I have ads coming up. We're going to go ahead and run them 3 minutes every hour, friends. If you're not subbed, you don't have turbo. Great time to stretch. Never had chewables. No, not the pill. You can look at those pills. You can look at those pills and know those are not chew pills. They are not chew pills. Ham, thank you for the gifted, man. Thank you. Do I like the new book movement when it opens? The new book movement? The writing that it does? That's been that way for a long time. They're just placebo. They're Flintstones. Oh, those sons of bitches. They're capsules. Right. You don't chew those. Negative. Totally Tic Tacs. First time watching the stream. What's up, Divine? I think they mean how fast it's pulled up. Oh, the journal. Oh. I got you. Yeah. This. Oh. I thought you meant the actual writing book. Oh, I like it. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting used to it. I like that the journal is closer to our faces. Yeah. I mean, and the fact that this opens up quicker is nice. When it used to be that it was instant, but they have an animation with it. That's pretty fast, man. I'm cool with it. It's fine with me. Lavendale, welcome in. No, you're okay, Spooter. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant the ghostwriting book. I was so confused. Yeah, I like it. It's good. I mean, pretty quickly we can get from where we need to be and pow. It's bright. It doesn't bother me. It is a little bright comparably to everything else, but it's fine. Stream any other games? Yep. Whatever games we get into. Recently we've been really liking funnel runners. We were playing Magic Chameleon there for a while. It just depends. Depends on the mood. Hey, what's up, David? Love watching the stream. Enjoy watching the... Oh, thanks, man. What in the early I know song? Welcome to the party, sir. Welcome to the party. Magic Chameleon is a lot of fun. I don't want to lose it. I know, like, we get hung up on new games that come out and trying different things. I don't want to lose it. It's a good one for sure. But no, tonight we're probably going to be doing some Phas, and then we'll probably switch over to some funnel runners because we've been enjoying that. And Break, the beloved Break of Daylight, just so happened to unlock Nightmare by getting to level 20. Yeah. How many until we get the badge? Let's see. I'm at 37 apparently. Dude, I feel like we've done so much more. Hold on. I could be wrong. It just feels like we've done so much more.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Nope. Apparently not. Hi, Mr. Doc. What game is this? I don't know. You're Average Nators too. Appreciate you, Mr. Song. They added push to talk to the game, which is super. I'm very grateful for that. We all were putting suggestions in that they add push to talk to funnel runners in game. So that way, in case, you know, you're playing with people that you don't want to just be open mic with, there you go. And they did, which is awesome. Mr. Docker10, if you guys aren't following Mr. Doc, make sure you do. Mr. Doc, we are currently going for this. We are going for the artist retreat badge. We're working on it. We're working on it. No sub, but somehow free of ads. It just means that the ads that were not played in your region. That's all. Yeah. Think about the Delta Gas as the ghost that really doesn't want you touching stuff in its house. Get off its lawn. It's the old guy. Yeah. Next run, Blood Moon? No shot. No shot. Doc wouldn't do that to me. No way. Nah. See? Told you. Easy peasy. Doc has too much of a heart to give us Blood Moons. He would never. He would never. Be funny. Okay, it'd be a little funny, but like not haha funny. Maybe like hee hee, you know? What up, Bones? How's it going? It's in the bathroom again. I heard something. Did I not? I thought I heard that. Where are you?
Slips away.
Jiminy Christmas. Open up. Orbs. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Orbs, spirit box. Okay. Now we run. Speaking of blood moons, like you can't see the red tint of the monitors above the one you can view in the truck anymore since the update. You know what you can do though? All you have to do, is you hear like the heavy, like almost howl coming out of the weather. But if you back up and look like that, you'll know if you have blood moon or not. Yeah. How to get the ID card? Which ID card? I am getting orbs in spirit box a lot. It's not a horrible thing. But, oh, did you turn off the power? You jerkhole. Hey, I just went all the way down there and turned that on. Oh, hey. Where are you?
Slips away.
I knew it slipped away. Oh, I don't have... I need to check for freezing. I could just go with it and say that that it's not a mimic, but I don't know. Elderly victim. No, we need our freezing so we can double check. Give me this. And just in case you're a mimic, we bring this and this and this. There we go. Hey, Gemini, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. All right, we're checking to see if it's a mimic or not. Yep. Right now, we're not even worried about actually getting the ghost to hunt or objectives. We're literally just worried about just figuring out what it is. That's it. That's it. That's mimics. It's a good thing you checked. I know, or else I would have gotten the only mimic I've had wrong.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yep. Damn good thing we checked. Hex, thank you for the 2 months.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Looking for orbicals. Open up. Oh, you suck so much butt, dude. I mean, you evented on me here. I don't know if that means you're here. Where are you? I don't know. We'll go with it for now. It might not actually be in there, though. Hi, yi, yi. What is the new ghost evidence? I haven't seen it yet. There is no new ghost evidence unless... Oh, the new ghosts evidence. It's, is it EMF writing dots? Yeah. EMF writing in dots. There we go. 87. Okay. That's fine. Oh, there's another game coming up. I'm psyched for it. brain rot? Dude, is this a Pulte? What the fuck? Do you know if they plan on adding more evidence? I say probably not. Oh, you're here. There would be really no need for more evidence. It wouldn't be necessary. Necessary? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Dude, it yeeted that painting at me like it had a job to do. All right. We do have herbs. Oh no, Pulte's out of there. Damn. Super freaking aggressive. All right, give me the UV. Give me the salt. Yeah, give me that. No, it's not very nice. Add some ghosts with heat temperatures. I think I heard someone say that the other day. Something very similar. Oh. About adding a ghost where the temps change to make it really warm. All right, so we have writing, we have herbs. Let's check for UV. Hey, would you get the hell out of my way? What's up, Remy? No. Oh, there we go. Up. Up. Keep up. Keep up. All right. Yep. Bitch. Oh, duh. It literally wouldn't have been UV anyway. Hey. Thoughts freezing her spirit box? Okay. Interesting. Probably freezing? Stop. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, 100% no. 100%. One of these out of the game. I played 3 runs, survived correctly on all of them. It takes quite some time to get the ghost room with to find the ghost room with the thermometer any better way. You want to make sure you turn on the power so that way all the ghost rooms will warm up except for the ghost room. So that way the temps will be lower in the ghost room. It'll be warmer everywhere else and it will be cold inside of where the ghost is. All right. What are we missing? It's not giving, it's dots or freezing. It's probably freezing, but I don't want to count everything out. So we'll just bring more for funsies. No. You come back to your room. Yeah. Odds are it's freezing. I mean, if you're not freezing, then what the hell, dude? Oh, Zeba, there's a lot of really helpful people here. A lot of very knowledgeable people here. You son of a bitch, why'd you take so long? My God, dude. It's a Thay. Wow, what a turd. On lower difficulties. The doors are closed to look for an open door. Yeah, that's another good way of doing it too. Yeah, Very, very good point, Del. If you check for if you see an open door and you're on a lower difficulty, that means the ghost messed with it and it's nearby. So it's good to check with thermo and make sure that you're in the ghost room.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Remember when I said about looking down? I feel like it should count as 2 ghosts when you get a blood moon, correct? You know? Is that just me? No, not just me. Okay. We're just gonna treat it like normal. Yep, treat it like normal. No, I'm not doing perfect game. No. Where are you?
Slips away.
Imagine. Imagine. Spirit box and ghost orbs. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Anything? Nope. There's some of that down and get more stuffs. Careful, SpongeBob. This. Give me salt. Give me salt. I'm salting the crap out of this room. We're salting the ever-living mother out of this room. Give me the other one. There we go. Oh, shit. Now I gotta make sure it's not freezing. Oh, my God. I might just go with it, and if I get it wrong, I get mimicked. That's fine. Because if I don't wait, then we get it fast. If I get it wrong, then whatever. It's not. Yeah, we're going. yeah, we're going. We'll take a. If it's either a Cormos or a mimic, it is one of the two. If we had freezing, that's great. But it's taking forever for the temps to go low. If I get mimicked, I don't care.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Look at that, minute 48 seconds. Blood Moon Cormos. I'll take it. I'll take it. Good luck on the runs. Thank you. Sadly wanted you to get mimicked. You would. It's not very nice. That's not very nice. I can't remember. Okay. Once we hit this again, we will have to spin the wheel again. Just in case people get confused. I did not have to do a soda today. We had merch giveaway, which I'd be more than happy to do again. Don't pay us to be nice. You know, that's fair. Fair play. Fair play. How many runs left to get the badge? I need probably like 10 or less than 10. But new soda? Oh, there is one in there that I've never had before. Yeah. The blue cheese. All right. No orbs. I don't think so. What item was your chuckery? Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. All right. It's around here somewhere. I don't know exactly where. Where are you?
C'est far and wide.
I just slammed the door shut. Spirit box. Ghosty is in the gym. Sounds worse than ranch. It does sound worse than ranch. That's agreed. That is agreed upon. And according to Blondie, something is showing up in my mail this weekend that might make me change our extended goal. So I don't know what that means, but I guess we'll see. Running into walls and doors. What? I'm convinced Doc's Blood Moon power is equal to Flash's ability to curse any instrument Doc touches. What do you mean I curse things? What did I do? I'd love to actually be here live for the new taste test. No taste test. No, no. No, no. Because first of all, we'd have to get the soda wheel. Then secondly, we'd have to land on that one. Odds are in my favor. All right. No footsies. Well, you walked in salt. So you're not a wraith. Was that door the breaker shutting? UV. Orbs are writing. Is this a Dio? Hold on. Hold, please. Where are you?
He's here.
Where are you?
Far from.
Where are you?
Far from there.
Are you here?
Was taken away.
Where are you?
Close to
Are you here?
Close to
Where are you? Oh, did I mark writing accidentally? Where are you?
Right here.
Hi, I'm right here. Where are you? Are you here?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you near?
Far from.
Where are you?
Far from there.
Give me the deal response. I want it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near?
Far from there.
Are you angry?
Only death.
Are you old? Are you old?
Between a young assailant.
Where are you? Are you here?
Taken away.
Are you near?
Was taken away.
God damn it. Where are you? I'm very well aware that it wrote. You see how when I opened the journal, ghost writing's checked? Because I knew that it wrote. Where are you?
Hold it here.
Are you here?
Slips away.
Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you here? Where are you?
Found far from there.
You suck. Where are you? Where are you?
C'est far and wide.
Are you here?
Was taken away.
Ready? Where are you? Where are you? Yes! Get wrecked, idiot! Got it. You gotta be like right on top of the ghost, and I kept doing it. That's why I used the motion sensor, and it wouldn't give me the growl. All right, we got it. Oh, dang it. I just want to talk to it, man. Never heard that before? It's a really awesome thing to get when it decides to give it to you. Shattered, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. God damn it. All right, how many do we have now? We're at 41. All right, we're moving. We're moving and schmoving, man. This has been good. It's nice. What are the chances? Ooh, I don't remember the exact chances of getting the Dio response because it's not a guarantee. Even if you're right on top of the ghost, it's not a guarantee. There is a chance of getting it. Yeah, I'd have to go look and see what the chances are because I'm not sure. 33% chance. There you go. And you have to be within 1 meter of the ghost. So, not a guarantee. Kitty, are you there? okay. Kitty's still there. We're okay. I have heard nothing. Oh. Is that over here? Is that over here? Hey! I swear to God, that sounded like that was right here. No? What the hell? Or was it upstairs? And it just sounded like it was here. But I see my breath. I'm gonna go with it. We're gonna say it's down. Where are you?
Far.
You son of a bitch, you are here. God damn it. You believe that there's a secret badge in the new Willow Street? Well, there isn't one, but you're more than welcome to try to find it. In your spare time, search up a game called Give Us a Sign. I've seen it. It's coming out in October. I'm aware. I know. Every piece of promotion that they put out is saying that it's coming out in October. Oh, we know. Yep. Until I see some like full-on gameplay, it's really hard to get excited for it. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Instant writing. Oh my God. Let's get more. Yeah, if you have suggestions for games, always feel free to put them in the Discord. If you already see the suggestion, I would just react to it. Higher chance of me playing it, for sure. Give me that guy. Give me this guy. Let's actually watch from here for a second, just in case. You can get lucky sometimes. Flash is old. He can't remember things. That is true. That is very, very true. Oh, I've played Funnel Runners. Oh, yeah. I've got videos up on my channel from Funnel Runners. We're probably going to play it more tonight. The cam outlines the bone. It does, and it's a really nice feature, and I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Nothing okay. No. No. Yeah, that game has been early access for a very short amount of time. So it's been a lot of fun checking it out. Oh, you're not a mare, huh? How cute. How cute. You're a poulty. Hey, you want to do poulty things? Shut up. Shut up. Drop the lighter. Give me this. What's your favorite ghost? Will it throw the darts? Is the ghost just... I was gonna say, is the ghost just standing there with a bunch of darts in its head? God, this guy's a dick. Give it some cards so it can be like Gambit. Ah, that's a crispy sound. Nope, get on the table. No, get on the table. Oh my God. Oh, you son of a bitch. It won't work. What if I use the darts? Love a poulty. Well, I like when they do their ability. As you can see, it hath not. You thought you've seen Give Us a Sign gameplay? If you, maybe you have. I just have to look it up. I know I've seen footage that looks like gameplay, but it's definitely not because it's cinematic and I can tell. Like it's made to look like first person, but it does not gameplay. Is this my new favorite map? Well, Willow's always been my favorite map, so still is my favorite map. New way to play pool? Hell yeah. All right, we cleared out the bar. Got coffee on there. All kinds of fun shit. Put more chalk on there. Now, if it does the Pulte ability with all that crap, my sanity is going to absolutely just die. Can you still pick those darts up? Oh, yeah, watch. Yep. What happened was I was switching items quickly. Oh, no, I did it too. Oh, no. Damn it. Okay, that wasn't fast enough. I failed. Come on, Ghosty. Do the little pile. Come on. For the board, it will show the planchette. When activated, the paw will twitch if it doesn't recognize your question. Wait, what? Oh, was somebody asking about the cursed possessions? We 100% have a poltergeist, by the way. No questions asked. It's a Pulte. And it can't leave that room. It's literally stuck in that room. So this is how often we can see the ability. It's not often. Go back to your room, Pam. Go do the thing. Go. Shoot. What is the strategy? So the strategy was to create a custom difficulty where I earn just a little bit of money, not very much, but I can get the ghost faster. This, we already knew, we know what it is. It's just seeing the Pulte do its ability would be pretty great. Now I wonder though, I do. I wonder if me watching from here would be me seeing the Pulte do its ability. Like, as in losing sanity seeing it. I know I left my lighter. I don't even have a smudge with me. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to give up, though. If this is just how it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to just leave. Yeah, the door sounds loud. What if we do that? Maybe it doesn't like the light being on. I don't know. Oh, that's the clock. I thought I heard it pick all that shit up. I was like, really? Come on now. Time bonus? Nope. Just the more you get done, obviously the more you earn. That's all. That's all. Oh my god. Yeah, look, it's not doing it, man. Watch it throw the camera, not the pile. Probably. This is a Pulte where its favorite room is the downstairs bar, the basement bar. It is just basically stuck in this room. Moved almost every item in that room to the pool table. No abilities. What do you think about new cursed item being? Well, I can't interact with that. A black candle seeing the ghost on the other side. That'd be kind of cool. Something was thrown, I guess. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in, friends. Hello. No, the ghost can't change rooms with this custom that I have. Nope. That's why I said it was stuck in here, because it can't change. It has to be in here. I just wanted to show the ability, like different ways you can see it. There's 4 different ways you can see a Polty using its ability. Like, it's really difficult to show the things when the ghost says F you. When I recently had a mimic do the it did the Polty ability. Well, it's just a matter of having the mimic mimicking the Polty and then doing the ability. Yeah, it's pretty rare. It's cool though. I think we're just gonna leave. Maybe it'll do it when it knows I'm about to leave. Nope, lame. Lame.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not with Polties, because apparently they suck. My friend thought that he trapped the ghost in a room because he shut the door once.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare
I would let them believe whatever they would like to believe. If that makes them feel safer going in the next run, you let them feel that. That's fine. Ever since they added a new Willow, ghost in the basement? No, I've only had a couple in the basement. That's it. Every other ghost has been upstairs. I've had like 2 down there. Does anyone know how often he streams? Sure. He streams normally on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:30 p.m. and streams at Sunday at 1 o'clock, and that's Eastern time. Or so I've been told. Or you can do exclamation point schedule if you'd like to see the bot response. No. Okay. I don't know if we can trust that. I mean, fair. Can you cite your sources? Streamopedia. Sheepers, creepers. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? I don't know. Let's go get our thermo. The door shuts are very loud. Very, very loud. Zombie marbles, welcome in. I'm not sold where that ghost room is. I'm actually going to bring this because it touched the door. Yoink! Nada. Not a nilch. Oh, that was me. 8 degrees. 8 degree. Okay, is it just taking 15 years to warm up? Can I shout out me? Sure. Can we get an at me shout out, please? Thank you. On the YouTube side, sorry. It's just not very warm. Like, why is it? It's like, it's taking very long to warm up. And it's here. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? Go at me. That's right. Sorry, I thought you said remove them. Oh, man. Darn it. Oh, rats. Can't believe we messed that up. All right, Ghosty's here. God, Mare, it's wild. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? The T in temp stands for cold. Oh, sure. You're not finished school, right? Bye, air dried sketty. Have a good one. All right, let's bring. We're at 88. That's not bad. Let's bring another one of these. Let's try. What's up, Faye? Welcome in. Luna, hello. Eee. If C is cold, what does the F stand for? Frickin' cold, probably. Yeah. That's not fair. That you didn't actually. You are an ass. That's twice. It stepped in the salt and never actually walked. Hey, what's up, Hayes? Ready for the weekend? Hell yeah. Bro, you are a piece of shit. That's 3. All right, I'm gonna go get more salt. We're salting the crap out of it. It stepped in the salt and never continued stepping. Wow. You're still a piece of shit. Ghost is teasing us. No, Ghost is just mean. Just mean. I've got one of everything in there, so that's fine. Give me a smudge, I guess, because for funsies. What the hell? What the hell? Let's try this again. I heard one step. Okay. Like, what is going on? There we go. Holy shit, dude. Okay, confirmed. God damn. Now, it threw the book, so we're not going to get writing. We're not going to have... Hey. Hey, what's up, Theo? Oh, my. We have freezing, no orbs, no writing, no ultraviolet. I wasn't getting spirit box. Is this an Oni? EMF 5 and dots? What? 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 How far? I'm past 40 at this point. I have to be. Our deduction powers are saying this is an Oni, but I just don't know how I feel about that. All right. 43 or 45. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there. Give me lanterns. I want lanterns. Do you know you can place the dots projector on the ceiling in this map for better coverage? I was very well aware of that. Were you aware that when you go to place the dots inside of this room right here, the dots actually don't go the direction you need, so it doesn't give you better coverage? So you have to place it on the floor for better coverage? Did you know that? We do have orbs, by the way. Is this a Ure? Did you drain my sanity, you piece of crap? You see this shit? Do I? It's not even letting me record it. It's angry. Wow. We'll take the lanterns. Maybe it is EMF 5. It could be. Hi, Maddox. Maybe we can science the array slam. Now what it actually sounds like. We could. I think I might have been sent a clip about what it sounds like. Yeah, I can show you. Let me put the dots on the ceiling. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here you go. Here's some toys. New toys. So, when you go to place the dots, right? You place it on the ceiling. Yeah. So, for sure, like, what you can't do is you can't turn it. So, if you're going this way, that's great, because you want it to be like this, so that way it will open up and look that direction. That's what you want. Hold on. Yeah? I said hold on. Mother effer, would you shut up? Also, excuse me. Okay, I was like, why are the EMFs not... Did you just drain my sanity? No, you did not. Not at all. Okay. So when you go to place it in here, look. Not what you want. Here, yes. Here, yep, this little section right here. If you go to place dots over here, nope. I don't want to run. Shut up. Oh, God, he's naked. Oh. He's got no pants on. Oh, that's a 4. Duh. So yeah, so when you go to place them on the ceiling in this room, it doesn't make sense unless you do it over here because the coverage is worse. But when I place them on the floor here, I get all that coverage going that direction. So I think people assume just because you can place it on the ceiling, it's better coverage. It's not necessarily true. It's very situational, depends on the room, and depends where the dots are going to be facing. Like, based on what we don't have, this has to be a Ure. And I should see the dots. Let me rotate my dots. I do wish you could rotate them. I don't really understand why we can't. Lots of EMFs, not a single fiber. Pantsless Ure. I mean... Gee. Freezing orbs... What if it's not? What if we're just like something went wrong when we tried that? What an a-hole. Hey, yo, thank you for the prime. I think there might be some dots. Yeah, my sanity has barely gone down. Like, I tasted it. Tastes like blue cheese soda, Phil. Oh my God.
Welcome back. I
Thanks.
some jobs for you.
I bet you did. Oh, it used its ability once, or so they say. Or so I've been told. Ooh, we're at 43. So whoever said 43 to 45, you were very, very close. Yeah, it used it once. Apparently. Wonder for the upstairs door at the start. That could have been. That might have been what it was. We are getting so close. I'm glad we had the early stream because it allowed me the opportunity to get a lot of these games in to knock out the Willow. Sounds bad. It sounds awful. It sounds worse than Ranch. For sure. Oh, I thought I saw a pop up there for a second. Excuse me? Can't wait to see you drink. See, listen, you're banking on me actually having to do that. A, we have to get to the wheel. Second, we have to get to the soda wheel. And fourth, and most importantly, we have to land on the blue chip. So, the odds are in my favor. Oh, God damn it. Are you here again? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Oh, my Lanta? I'll take it. That's a $5. Mm-hmm. Blue cheese is already aggressive. I would have to agree with you. I really don't like blue cheese at all. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. It'd be fun to watch. Okay. Okay. It's evil and I love it. You sick bastards. Sick sons of bitches. Eh. Yeah. Who made these flavors? Some very sick individual. That's who. Some sicko. Hey, did you touch a Nor? No? Okay. Put that down and I'll go get some salt. What about pepper jack? I love pepper jack. I like most cheeses. It's just something about blue cheese I really don't like. Thank you for being the radio while I drove my husband to the hospital. Oh, Emery, I hope everything's okay. Get some salt in there and motion sensor for sure. I like that they add the EMF picture now. Helpful on 2 evidence runs when you don't get UV. Oh yeah, no, I love it in general just because it makes it so much easier to explain to people that like what you can and can't take a photo of. Because now it's not like, well, you can this or not that. Like, do you see the little outline in the photo camera? If you don't, then it's not a picture. Hey, what up, Tibby? You shut my breaker off, you piece of shit? I just heard that. Husband has stage 4. Oh, Emery. We're here for you, friend. Ooh. God, that's so aggressive. Jesus. F cancer. Fucking A, caught. There's a reason we raise money every May for St. Jude. There's a reason. Listen, we talked about this already, Granny. I don't care that you're next to the washing machine. I don't want any. Ugh. Where are you?
Taken away.
Tatooine. Tatooine. Twins, Basil. Twins. Come on, Jeffrey. You can do it. Lost your dad to cancer. I lost my dad to cancer as well. Yeah. Yeah. Blizz, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Queens. Emma Lavenders. We should have like 5, maybe 6 left. Maybe.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
6. 6 left. Do you need to drop a video camera to not be spotted? I was killed by an unreal while hiding in a closet after smudging. Depends if it was in your inventory or if it was literally in your hand. Oh, it's all good, Royal. Yeah, it was 10 years ago. Yeah, thank you though. In your inventory, then you should be fine. It must have been something else. Yep. It's always possible that if you were hiding in the pantry in the kitchen of Willow, that it just wandered in and killed you. That seems to be happening a bunch, but they're gonna fix that. They are gonna fix it. Taking too many people I love. I feel that. I feel that. Closet next to Nancy's room. I think that one's busted. Yep, that one's busted. Yeah, every May we spend the entire month raising money for St. Jude. If you guys don't know what St. Jude is, it is an organization that specializes in cancer treatment for kids. And with the money that we raise and everybody raises for St. Jude, it allows all the families there an opportunity to get treatment for what they need without having to pay a single cent. And when we say without paying a single cent, we mean not just the treatment. We're talking about the families that have to go and stay. They don't pay anything. They don't pay anything for stay, for lodging, for food, for travel, for anything. It is all covered. And that is why I love what they do. And that's why I've been supporting what they do for the past I don't know how many years now. So yeah. Yeah. Gotta support where you can, man. Any mimics yet? I had one and we knew it because we got all the evidence for it. Got all the evidence for it. Never had the funds to donate. No, don't let that make you sad. Listen, you need to take care of you first and foremost. If someone has the ability to donate, that's amazing. But if you don't, please take care of you. Being in streams, watching videos, any of that stuff is really helpful towards those campaigns. I hope that you're aware of that. Oh. I think it's over there. Wait a minute. Why didn't I turn the power on? What the fuck? Where are you? Are you here?
Found far from there.
Ooh. Baffles me when the mimic gives you its actual evidence. Yeah, when you finally figure out that it's actually a mimic. Alright, spirit box. Why didn't I turn you on to begin with? I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. Helps that much? Absolutely. Discovery and getting the word out there to more people is really important. Absolutely. According to Kinetic's post, the fix of the pantry will also fix the issues. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah. So we should be getting many a fix. Many a fix. I'm not going to bring you yet. Not yet. When I can bring salt, then we'll bring that too. Ghost, welcome in. How are you? Dino. Pancho, what's up? Yeah, I'll leave that off. $2.8. 3.6. No wheezing yet. And see, this is where we can put dots on the ceiling and it can be helpful. Thought you were welcoming the ghosty in there? No. Welcoming him. Oh my god. Jim. Can't be a Dian. So it's a Galu, Spirit, Twins, or Wraith. Galu, Spirit, Twins, or Wraith. I heard some ceilings you lose your dots when putting one on the ceiling. It definitely was. It definitely was a problem. I don't know if it still is or not. If you're a ghost type, what do you think you'd be? I think I'd feel like my... If I was a ghost type, I'd be the mimic. I'd probably be a shade. Shut the hell up right now. It's a wraith. Okay. Oh yeah? Well, now we put salt down just to spite you. Piece of trash. Yeah, how do you feel about that? Can't step in it, can you? Oh my god. You be an Oni. Be a Goryo and never leave my room and you can only perceive me over technology. Alright, get me out. Rafe! Oh, Jim, you're such a Jim. Probably be a banshee. Always chasing one of my kids and screaming. My kids are usually the ones chasing me, so maybe they're like revenants, I think. The second they see you, they bolt at you. Five left. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Still get creeped out when they hunt. It's been like 5 years since you played. Damn. Hey, Valentine, welcome in. Valentina, hello. love everyone's opinions on what ghost they would be. All right. Ads are coming. We're going to go ahead and run them. 3 minutes every hour. 3 minutes. You're not going to miss anything. We'll wait. Come on, Brian. You can do it. I know. 5 left. It should be 5 left. Let's make sure. It should be. There used to be like discrepancies whenever you would go in and out of the lobby and stuff looking at that number. So it looks like it's the same. Yeah, 5 left. Should be. Funny how I started a whole discussion without it being I know. Could you show your settings you're playing on? Yeah, you mean for the just for the general like game settings? Yeah. I'll do it when we come out of it so you can see them a little bit bigger. Actually, I can do it now. Here. This is what we have. Player. Ghost. Contract. Now, this could obviously be changed to whatever you want to change it to. This is just what we're running to get the ghost. It has the ability to hunt. I have a cursed possession if I want to force it to hunt. But for the most part, just getting our evidence and getting out. That's the main part. Yeah. What are simple tricks to identify the newer ghost types by their abilities? Well, it has to have an ability, first of all. But to identify the Deltagast a little bit easier, A, it can't speed up a line of sight. But B, if you think it might be one, all you do is just throw a lot of items, like 26 unique items, and the ghost will be as slow as a Dio without being able to run directly to you and then being slow. It'll be slow everywhere. Now that's in between hunts and in between it trying to hunt. That's a really easy way to figure that one out. Now, it's honestly a matter of either figuring out what it is easily or figuring out that it's not that ghost easily. Like, you know it's not an Oni if you get the fart ball or whatever. Like, that's an easy way to know it's not that ghost. Yeah. How do you figure out an Oswong? I can't even figure them out. If you think it's an Oswong, if it hunts you and then it goes to a official hiding spot you're in and stops hunting, it's an Oswong. Now that's a dangerous hunt to risk it for that biscuit, but you could, or you can recognize it because it speeds up twice as fast for line of sight when it's hunting. No evidence without having to make myself perish. What's a good way to know the difference from an Oswong to a Revy? Oh, the speed, the hunting speed. The hunting speed of a Revy is extremely slow unless it senses the player, and then it's really fast. Hey, Momo Senpai, how are you? All right, ads are done. We are back. We have 5 left. 5. Let's go.
We've arrived. Check
Let's go.
and get set up before investigating.
Schmovin'. We're schmovin'. See, I could do the way of doing like no sanity, no evidence runs and all that jazz, but then I run the risk of running into a normal ghost, which could really suck. Because if it's a normal ghost, and it could take us way longer to figure out what it is. They seemed similar before. Oh, they're not similar in any way, shape, or form. The Revy hunting speed compared to a Oswong? No way. Atril, I would recommend going to either my Discord or the Phasmo Discord if you're looking for people to play with, dude. Twitch chat's definitely not the place to do that. Ghosty, where you at, bruh? Ghosty. I've heard no sounds. time watching the stream. I appreciate that, Monkey. Thank you. Monkey butt. I do apologize. I was like, why did my screen get so yellow? I don't like that it's doing nothing. Did I just hear something? Was that upstairs? I'm gonna have to start checking temps. This is stupid. The ghost is like, oh, you've got 5 left? Allow me to drag that out as long as humanly possible. Ay, caramba. What if you encounter that weird black screen bug? I'm gonna guess and leave. Oh, yeah. Raffy? What the... Excited for the patch to finally launch? It did launch. It's already here. Or are you talking about next month? Dude, why are you so quiet? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Ah, caramba. Ah, caramba. When's the next patch? Next month. What is it? I can't remember everything that's going to be in it. I'm not even sure. We'd have to see the notes whenever they come up with the previews. But I think we're going to get the restricted maps for like high school and prison. I think we're going to get the ability to choose what ghosts we want to go up against in custom difficulties. Can't remember everything though. Let's do these. Egg fried rice? Oh, that sounds good. I love egg fried rice. That makes me want hibachi. 'What the hell is going on? What? You son of a bitch. It's roaming. Like crazy. It was so cold in here. Are you a stalking ghost? At least we know we have freezing. No UV. Stop. Again, no one would do this. You're going to go to the bathroom? Oh, let me turn this light on. Okay. No UV. We have writing. Writing. Freezing. Wait a minute. Shit. Let's say I gotta check for the EMFs. What times is this? A very low one. It's just to try to figure the ghost out quickly. It's a very low multiplier. Oh, let's see. You're acting like a shade. You want to give me a fiber? No orbs. I try spirit box one more time. You shit in the sink. That's not very nice. It's a shade. Magster, what's up, homie? Mags, how the game's been? Welcome in, friends. How are you? How goes it? Thinking maybe EMF 6. You nailed it. Mags, how are you? What's up, Brett? Alice, welcome in. All Dragon, thank you.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Stupid ugly shade. I'm currently just doing a stupid low multiplier just because I'm just getting the badge. Our mission has been trying to get some games in and I'm getting very close. We are getting very close. So it's just get the ghosty and get the hell out of there. How are your games? What did you guys do? Raunchy, think of it, the follow. Storm Chaser, hello. Me's, think of the 17 months. But Graham was 2 years, even though I've been lurking for most of it. You lurk as much as you want. It's exactly what I did for the badge. I just don't want to, I don't know. I could naturally get it, but like, I just want to get it just so I have it and it's over with and I can play however I want to play. Yeah. Did some Nightmare 14 times. Oh, nice. Nice. Was a lot of it on Willow or did you kind of mix it up? It depends on the day for me. We've been some days playing basically just Willow and then other days really mixing it up just so I don't get tired of it. Baked mac and cheese and brisket. Dude, y'all got to stop. I'm starving right now. I got to figure out what the hell we're doing for dinner. Mixed it up. Did exclusively Willow like first 2 days. That's fair. Yeah, I even asked everybody. I was like, do you guys want to play different things at some point? And most of them were like, yes. But then I said, well, let's get this Willow out of the way because then we can incorporate it slowly, but not just pound it, you know, until we don't want to play it anymore. Yeah. What is the max level? 9,999 prestige 4,000 is the max level you could be. But if you try to be that, it's going to take you roughly 20 years ish, give or take. Yeah. Welcome in, friends. If you don't know who I am, by the way, my name is Flash. Just like Max, I am also a Kinetic partner. Play a lot of Phas. We do other stuff too, but it's mainly Phas. 20 years, easy work. Yeah. If you calculate roughly how long it takes to go through one prestige and you do that 4,000 times, it's roughly 20 some odd years. Yeah, IRL, non-stop play. Love being able to select a couple of maps and then random queue. Yeah, I would love that too. I would like to be able to do random within here and like random within the map, random whatever. I would like to be able to choose just small if I want or just large if I want. Basically like cross maps off. Like I don't want to include this in for the random. That'd be cool. Why do they have so much prestiges? It seems pointless. No, the whole point of it is so that way it's supposed to be endless. And it's just based on Roman numerals and based on how the cards look, they can't go over Roman numeral 4,000. So that is why it's the way that it is. It's not pointless. It's so people can prestige basically endlessly. Yeah, it's not pointless. If you think it's pointless, you don't have to prestige at all. That's the best part. Been a while. What's up, PB? All right. We do have, like I said, like 4 more. So let's go back inside. Yeah. To make it endless. That's exactly the idea. Yeah. Mags, got a raid run. I appreciate you. Have an awesome stream. Thank you, friend. If you guys are not already following Mags, definitely one of the more educated Phasmophobia content creators there is. So if you're looking for some educations, especially on high level gameplay, Mags is definitely one to watch. Yeah. Virtually endless. Correct. All right. Let's get our video camera, spirit box, EMF. Go inside and see what we can find. Loving the new Willow. Me too. I love it. When you have prestige 4,000 or you look a new ghost. Yeah. You, because you'll have gone to the afterlife at that point. Thought I heard something. Maybe not. How long do you watch for the card? 2 hours. Okay, maybe not. You become the ghost. That is correct. Hello. One day hit prestige 20. Do it. Hopefully one day they'll add more stuff. As of right now, there's no benefit to going past prestige 20. Prestige 20. There's no perk. It's just for fun, just to challenge yourself is really the only benefit. So that's why I'm only prestige 22 or whatever. Phas event. The player gets to be the ghost. Nah, we don't need all that. I forget what mags is. Oh, what prestige they are? Oh, I don't know either. I'd have to look. Cabby Cab, thank you for the year, dude. I can't believe it's been a year. My God. All right, well, there's no ghost, so we go home now, right? I think that's how that works. What's up, Manix? How are you? That's a different game. That's correct. That's a whole different game. I think perks would be a cool thing. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today. We said about having incentives for people to prestige. I think would be a really great idea. Do you think they'll keep adding ghosts? Well, apparently, according to some, they were watching CJ play, and CJ was alluring to the idea that they would be adding more ghosts eventually. There's nothing written. There's nothing on the Trello. There's no definitive anything anywhere. So it's just hearsay. What's wrong with this ghost, dude? When will Faz add an upgrade tree? They're not going to do microtransactions. That's not going to happen. They could, and I would totally buy into it. If they did microtransactions for like new skins for different items and things like that, I would totally do it. The amount of time I have in this game based on how much money I spent on it, yeah, I totally would. Are they going to? Probably not. I believe the words that I heard at one point during the lifetime of Faz was they've made so much on this game, it's just not even necessary. Dude, this is stupid. Must be the wrong house. I fucking guess, dude. God damn. I think the books looks better with 30. Oh yeah, if they add more, adding more than 30, I think that's a little unnecessary. That's a little too much. 77? What? Look, it's not doing anything. Try the house down the street. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Degrees, 11 degrees. Had a lot in the potty today. $10. What an ass, dude. You're telling me this ghost is in here? Doing literally nothing? Oh. What a jerkhole. I think it was CJ playing with Insim who said that they have quite a few planned already, including the next 5 to max out the combos of the current 7 evidence types. That just, again, you're a new player coming into this game and you have to learn like 30 plus ghosts. That's a lot. Like, that's overkill beyond belief. That's too much. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you friendly?
Away. Heard after.
Where are you?
The far reach
Are you near? Where are you?
found far from their home.
It really is a lot. It certainly is. Okay. Bitch. We've got writing and spirit box. Probably a spirit. Spirits are usually a-holes. EMF 5, anybody? Oh, no. Okay. Imagine if they had new evidence type. I mean, if they could add one, but again, like, you just look at what we have. Like, someone coming into the game and it's like, okay, I need to learn the ghosts. And you see this. That's already like, man, that's a lot. And then they add more? Come on. That would be too much. It's been so overwhelming learning all the behaviors. Right, and if you... over time, you will learn it. But I think new ghosts should be like after 1.0. Down the road. Way down the road. That's too much. I'd be down for another... I don't want any more ghosts. No, I want them to take the ghosts that we have and improve them. Take these ghosts and make them better. Give some of them more traits, behaviors that are better for the hunt, rather than add more and then all of them are just hunts. And that's the only way to discover what the ghost is. Just make it hunt and then you'll figure it out. No, I want to go into the house and some shit happens to me. And then all of a sudden, yeah. You know what I mean? Ay, caramba, dude. Ay, caramba. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Sorry, shit got stuck. Anyway. Make the normal speed. Ghost have easier zero evidence traits. Right, just more things that happen. Add like a revive feature besides luck of the draw or monkey. Well, imagine if well, I mean, it does make sense that it needs to be something like one of the cursed objects to be a revive. Just for you to randomly revive, that doesn't really make sense. But add more to it. Like, what if you like the summoning circle and you bring your friend back? And then there's something that happens to them that they're alive, but there's something wrong. So they are cursed. And then I don't know, like they lose stamina. Not lose stamina faster. That'd be shit. But you know what I mean? I don't know. Something like that. It could be stupid. Could be good. Let's, you've already got writing. You've already got that. You already got one of those. I'm going to bring out smarts. Add more for dead players to do. No, you don't want to reward somebody for being dead. I do understand the idea of not having something like a bunch of stuff for a dead player to do. Because if they're dead, that's your punishment, is that you're dead. What are you shutting the door for? Huh? Huh? Looking for privacy? Huh? Call of Duty mystery box. Oh. Well, oh my lucky stars. We have a poltergeist. You know what? No. The last time we had a polty and I put all that stuff on the pool table, this a-hole didn't give us anything. You know what? No, this is my smudge. We're leaving. A game mode where we can be the ghost? No, that would suck. That'd be awful. Nope. Save that for other games. That doesn't need to come to this. Their head can be backward. Their controls be inverted. I don't know. Something. I like it does make me think of like the other side. When you get brought back, sometimes you have to, there's like something wrong, whether you randomly scream or you randomly pass out. Like that kind of stuff is pretty cool. Yeah. How long to watch for the card? 2 hours. Poultry. If revived by the circle, could have the same effect of using the monkey paw with the vision. Right. Yeah, you could have like a little problem with your vision. I don't know. Yeah. It would kill the game for me. Me too. Yeah, that would suck.
Back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Did I know there's a salt lamp? Yeah, when you first walk into the map and you look to the left. Mm-hmm. There is indeed. But yeah, this is what I've been running right now just to get these maps done quick. Or trying to. We've had a single blood moon the entire time. One singular blood moon. Make it that once the ghost is discovered, you can get out of the house. Oh, like you can't leave until then? Oh, I can see that. Yeah. Any Orbeez? Dead end. How are you? I'm good. Hello. Are you hallway or are you in here? Let's pretend you're in here. Where are you?
The far reach.
That was a good pretending we did. That was a good pretendings. Never understood the purpose of a salt lamp. Well, have you ever looked up what a salt lamp is? And what it does? Like something like Demonologist, but you come back to a map and do that as a separate challenge or a game mode where instead of hunting the ghost, you're there to cleanse it. You know, I'm not against the idea on some games where you're almost thrown into like a mini game and you have to try to figure out, like, get to something, do something to get out. So like if you almost die, what if you like go to some weird purgatory where it's like hell and you've got to get out of it, you know? I don't know. I'm not against an idea like that. I don't know if that's something they would ever implement. I think that might be something that they used to have way back in the day that was like that. Is there a room that exists in any map you've never had a ghost in? Probably unlikely. I don't know for sure though. The gulag on Phas. Yeah, you've got to go up against Grandma. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. It's Shannon. It can be anything. Ghosty. We'll get more stuff. The Willow remake has been awesome. It's been wonderful. Give us the option to exercise the ghost? No, that would ruin the game. That would literally ruin the game. No, that's... You want to exercise the ghost? Go play one of those other games. That's not what this is. Nope. That's the last thing that I would want out of anything for this game. Being able to exercise it. Nah. Cool idea to survive a night being hunted by the ghost, but they scrapped it after months of development. I wonder why. There must be a reason. I'm sure that they were not positive that it would do well. Hey Fisk, I'm good. How are you? Could be freezing, but we don't see it yet. Yeah, Demonologist does have exorcisms. Yeah. Yeah, it does. We get it, bruh. We already exercise them. That's why we call it... No, that's why we call it walking the Dio. Wait, you'd be Wraith, right? Oh, shit. Dots? Dots? Hello? Maybe they could add more difficulties. I mean, there's only so far they'd be able to go. The only thing I could possibly think that they could add would be a no evidence preset. But that's why customs exist. I think I've made the suggestion way back that they should add a no evidence preset. And I don't know, they seemed against it. Or CJ did, if I remember correctly. You've got to be a Wraith. I don't know why you're not showing dots, though. The developer's unreliable. They're like ditching the game and only coming back to it once the player base drops. And yeah, I know. And then releasing a map that's almost feels like they just downloaded it and then uploaded it to the game. Yeah. It's because they're too busy. It's because they're too busy making nightclub simulators. Yeah, that's how I want making my ghost games. The nightclub simulator, guys. Are you a Wraith? Like, you haven't walked in the salt, but you're not showing me dots. Hello? Grandmama? Actually, I don't even know what the ghost model is, do I? I can't stop it. Shit. Whatever. Twin Feather. Oh, hey, how are you? Had the issue yesterday, just not showing you dots. A nightclub map on Phas could be good. Yeah, but this was a nightclub simulator. I don't know in what world they were like, this is what needs to be done. Oh, it's stuck on the ceiling. I just put it, it's a really high ceiling. Watch, I'm gonna leave and the dots are gonna show up. Okay. You had 4 Gorios back to back. Shit, that's when you uninstall. No, I was not kidding. No, not at all. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, no. That wasn't like sarcasm. I wasn't like making a joke, making little funny ha-has like, oh, what if they made one of these games? No, they literally made a nightclub simulator game. Mixed reviews. No way. These are the people that made Demonologist, by the way. Nah, I'm good. Same. I am also good. Who? Why? I don't know. I don't know. Does it have ghosts? No. Negative on the ghosts. Probably AI generated. I don't know about that. I'm almost certain that their art is AI generated. Like the stuff that shows up on the canvases, that has to be AI. Which is really unfortunate. Stick with Phas, same. Or try out the different games that come up. You're a small developer, should pick a lane and stay in it. Listen, I can appreciate someone having, you know, a desire to not just be stuck in one realm, but maybe wait. Maybe wait. No, Phas is nothing in Phas is AI. None of the art that is created in this game is AI. It is all made in-house. Made me want to try Invoker. I do want to play that more. That was fun. It drains the soul out of creativity. Exactly. I think AI is perfectly fine if you're using it to get rid of tedious tasks. That's fine. You are such a piece of trash. You awful kid wraith. Ugh. Get me out. I just wanted to see it. I like getting evidence. I love an additional mode where we get new evidence and new types. It's like cryptid or something. What? That was a fun one to play. Invoker, that was great.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
He doesn't play horror games, but he's going to try it on his own. Can't wait to see how he reacts to it. Considering he's not big on horror games, this is a really good introduction to horror games. Like, it's not a game that you would look at and go, oh my God, dude, that's a crazy, scary horror game. But there's definitely things that happen in here that can be terrifying. For sure. How'd you get that ID card? By watching my stream for 2 hours. This is a drop that's happening right now on Twitch. If you watch my stream for 2 hours, anytime between now and the 28th, when I'm playing Phasmo, you get that badge. Next. Ooh, we're at 48. Oh, we're so close. Why? Why are you this way? Why? Just why? God damn it. We were on such a streak without it. Man, okay. All right. God damn it. How much longer are you going to be at it, bro? I just started watching. Well, bruh, I'm not sure. It depends on when the fam gets home. Family went to go to an activity, and then when they come back, I'll probably stop. So, depends on when they get home. We shall see. Sparkuna, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. By the way, if you guys are not in the Discord link is in chat. There is a place for us to hang out outside of stream. That's where you can do go to the looking for group channel if you're looking for other people to play Phas with. I put notifications in there when I'm streaming, like going to go live, when I post new videos, all that stuff. All of it is there. And if you need any of the other socials, they are all in chat, friends. All of them. Sweet. Thank you for the 3 months. See you, bro. Have a good one. I guess I don't need this, do I? No, let's do this. Don't you dare, like, demon blood moon hunt me. I swear to God. It's Sparkle. I changed my name. Sparkle. I was like, wait, you're VIP. Why don't I know that? Well, that would explain it. What made you change your name? Does watching old streams work? No, it has to be live. You can't watch VODs. Does anyone know? Does the Blood Moon sound like this on every map now? Or just at Willow? Well, no ghost. Guess we can go home. I heard that. I heard that. I heard that. I don't know. Felt like it might be Might change it back. Have 19 days though. I mean, listen, whatever you want to choose. Yeah. We will stick with whatever you got, friend. Only heard it on Willow. Interesting. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? It's Howley on Grafton as well? Okay. I guess we'll just have to pay attention when we get Blood Moon on other maps. You know, I'm okay with it. I am okay with it because then you're not questioning like, oh, is this rain? You hear that howl and you know what you have. You know what you have. I'm going to bring this first, actually. Okay. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. All right, Das Buch. Das Buch. What's up, Lashed Odin? How are you? It's not even that cold. It's just taking time. All right. Blood reminds you of 7 days to die. Ay. Give me that. Give me this. Still no 5 or anything, so we're still good there. What's up, Mika? I figured out a way. I was having an issue. This is with a very random issue. So, oh, Dots saw that. I have a bunch of VHSs, like a lot. And on the shelves where I store them, I have to like double shift it. Like double up on the shelves, and I don't want to do it because I can't see what's behind them. So I figured out because if the shelf is tall enough, that if I put something underneath the back shelf, I can lift them up so I can see what's there. So earlier in the day, I took some wood and just cut a bunch of 2x4s down to like 22.5 inches in length. And I was like, stacked them in behind. I was like, oh, cool. I'll have to post a picture of it. I have a lot, and I've been trying to figure out the storage solution for them, but also in a way to show them so that I can like watch them whenever I want to. I see you. I know, big guy. I know, I see you. How many VHS tapes do you have in total? Over 500, probably. Underrated. I love it. I just love it. I mean, if you want to look at it, it was probably before my era anyway, but like, but no, I love, like, I remember being a kid and dealing with VHSs. All right, so no UV. You haven't written in the book yet. No spirit box, right? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Excuse you. God damn it. Do you? I missed it. I missed it. It's gone. Do you have auto tracking? You mean for my VHS player? Dude, I don't even know what I'm missing. Oh, you are such a hooker. Yes, I do. Yeah, I have the ability to adjust that. And I've had to on occasion, depending. Aspect, thank you for the 9 months. What is my favorite tape? One of my favorite tapes that I have is Back to the Future 2. I love that movie so much. Love it. Spark, thank you for the 5 subs, friend. Thank you. It's hard to pick. I'd have to post. So I have an app where I can track the ones that I have. So that way when I go thrifting, I don't accidentally buy the same tape. Yeah. I used to only have manuals, such as, oh my God. I don't even know where I am. What evidence do I have? Who are you? What is this place? Let's bring a smudge just in case. Oh shit. I'm old. Hey, Peregrine, good to see you. Do you have Labyrinth? That's my favorite. I don't think so. Do I? Do I have Labyrinth? The app that I use. The app that I use is called Libib, like Libib. It's just really easy, and you can scan movies and scan them, and the sound is almost like you're using one of those like scanners. You know what I mean? Chaotic, thank you for the subs. Nix, how was your stream? I don't think I do. Now, for the most part, my goal is to find like the movies that I find when I do find them, when I'm trying to find like just get extra movies, I go find them. Like I don't go to eBay or anything like that. I want to find them in the wild. So thrifting and all that stuff, and that's how I found most of the ones I have. Last Unicorn should be VHS Library Classics. There was a time not long ago where Leprechaun and like Cabin Fever were re-releasing on VHS, which was awesome. The wheel? Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, we got writing. Hey, Tashi, how are you? By the way, I see you, piece of shit. Nix, congratulations on affiliate, by the way. I did see your message before stream started. One time in Maple where he was looking for the bone for 20 minutes just for it to be on the fire pit rock. Oh my God, I remember that. You're talking about the new Maple on the second fire. I do remember that. What app again? Libib, L-I-B-I-B. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. There is like, I don't know what features you get for pay, but it was free. Do you collect more or less all VHS, or is there specifics what you like? All. Anything. So when I collect it, for the most part, I'm picking up... Rude as shit. I am picking up ones that I know for the most part. So like if I know the movie, there's a good chance I'll grab it. Or if I look at, if something just looks interesting, if there's a box that looks interesting, then I'll grab it. I yelled, oh, when it's the Dale DeGast. Oh, I feel like we have to make it hunt once. Hold on. Yeah, it just wrote in the other book too. Flash does love nostalgia. This is very, very true. I might. It's okay, homie. Relax your shit. You know what? Just in case. Wait, what's my sanity? Oh, we're fine. Never mind. It's Dale. I'm just throwing more. Oh my God. I have an original Talkboy. I've got an original Creepy Crawler set. I've got Pogs. I've got, if you can't tell, I like 90s shit. What else is in that room? I'm trying to think what's on the top shelf. Beanie Babies, just because? Just because they're part of the era? A Furby? An original Furby still in the box? A Surge can with the drink still in it? Which I think might be having a problem. Yeah, all kinds of fun shit. Marbles? What marbles? What the hell? Marbles? So yeah, I kind of like the 90s. Oh, I also have 2 original cells from Hey Arnold, from the creator. So literally used for the show. And I have them framed. Yeah. Can's gonna explode. It's fine. Yeah, I remember drinking Surge too. I'm fairly certain that was the birth of my migraines. I could be wrong about that, but I am damn near certain. Because they literally had to pull that drink off the shelves because it had so much caffeine that it was giving people health problems. What is the cursed possession? Can I make you hunt easily, friend? Thank you guys for the community train. I think that gifts people random emotes, doesn't it? They did re-release Surge a couple of years. I know, and then they pulled it away again. I loved Surge. Must be downstairs. Bro, you better leave me alone. You better back up. Oh, hey. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. I right-clicked and it didn't work. There we go. Violence, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you. All right. Dun, 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 dun. The pirate ghost. He's only got one eye. Yar. No, you come this way. Come on. I have my lighter, right? Yeah, I do. Here. Me too. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. You yearn for this? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Hold on. I'll fix. I'll fix. Nothing I like better than a blood moon and a switch. Why'd the music stop? Handheld thief? F that guy. That's ours now. F that guy. Will you take VHS tapes? If I send them to the P.O. Box, chaotic. Listen, if you have tapes you don't want, I would love them. Even if I have them, I would love them.
Back. I've got some jobs ready
It's
for
the
you.
Delta Ghast. Nice. I think I have one more. We got one more. Oh, thank you guys so much, friends. Thank you for the goal. Oh my. Mama Bear, thank you for the sub. Make sure to rewind. I always do. Now, there are times I've stopped myself and I'm like, we just have to, I can't watch it right now. And then I come back, I'm like, shit, I didn't rewind it. Yeah. Go thrifting. So I'll keep my eye out. I appreciate you. Dio to end it off? I would not be upset with a Dio. I would not be upset at all. I'll probably do, you know what? I'm going to do this run the same way I've done the others. Because if I decide to make a video out of this, I'll just show like, this was the quick way that I did the challenge, basically. So that's the way we'll do it. All right, let's do this first though, before we do it. But yeah, I'll have to take a picture of the shelves and post them in Discord. I don't know if I've done that yet or not, or before. But yeah, I'll put them in there. Yeah, I have a lot. And then so I have a room that has all that stuff, but then we have a small 13-inch tube it's a tube VHS combo that we have in our morning room. And in there, like, that's where the kids will do art. My wife will do puzzling just to chill and relax. And we put movies on up there too. Analog. So it's not all just digital shit. You know what I mean? Is the P.O. Box only a Discord? No, it's here too. No. If you do ! P.O. Box chaotic, it'll show up. Don't you dare manifest gross sodas. No. Manifest merch giveaway. People want merch. That's what the people really want. Hey, Spaghetti, good to see you. Watch on old boob tube. I certainly do. I have a 17-inch downstairs, and then I've got a 13-inch upstairs. Yeah. That's the only way. I'm not watching that on. I could do the whole thing where you convert it over to HDMI. Oh, that's not the way to watch it. I watch it the way it's meant to be watched. I'm scared. Oh no. Keep going. Oh shit. Do they make an adapter to the old VHS cords? They do. Oh no. All right. Well, I got to spin it twice, so that's fun. Okay. Be kind, rewind, 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 be quiet. Yes, there's one. That's merch. Let's go. All right, there's one. Imagine laying on it again. No, we're not doing that. No shot. Double soda. You shut your lips. Get out of here. Double merch. Hell yeah. I mean, oh man. Oh, rats. I can't believe it. You're not going to send me. Don't you dare. I already got one. Double gifted merch. Let's go. Robbed. All right. Give me a sec. Let me let me get them done. Hold on. All right. We'll definitely do this one for the first one. Speaking of 90s and retro, this feels very appropriate. No, not the whole chat. I'm not Oprah. I'm not Oprah. I can't do that. If you all look under your chairs. You planned that? No, absolutely not. Listen, if I planned it, I would never have it hit soda. Ever. You get a car. You get a car. If I look under my chair, I'd see my cat. Well, you get a cat. You lucky dog. Do you like indie horror games? I do. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the Discord. Yes. You need more soda wedges. No, I do not. If I said sodas, I hope to see you drink them. I need to figure out what to do with the ones that were gifted ever so kindly that are not nasty. I need to figure out what to do with those. I don't know if I put them on there too as like, oh, thank God. But like, I don't know. I don't think you guys want me to have good soda on the wheel. You know? I don't know. I got to figure it out. Because I want to try them. Kind of games? All kinds. All kinds. Love playing random games with friendos for sure. And honestly, I don't care what the kind of game it is. If I'm playing with friends, I will play anything. And you've seen us do that. People have seen us do that on stream. Exclamation point enter for the first one. This would be a good one. So this one is this one. The 90s Nightmare pocket tee. So on the front, I love pockets. I love pocket shirts. Golden Axe. Oh, that's good stuff. So you have this guy here, but then on the back of the shirt, very appropriate. I have played Backrooms. Yeah. Play the new Michael. I will be. Yeah. Whenever it comes out, I absolutely will be. You betcha. I've already played it. I've played Halloween at PAX East. So I did get to play once. Who's the artist? They should be in chat right now, or they were. I guess that shirt's okay, says the artist. This one was created by Nyx. Yeah. Within Scary is a great horror game. Never heard of it. Am I going to stream it? Oh, hell yeah. Halloween, we'll get a group of friends together and play. Absolutely. Celtic Kitty, enjoy the merch. See the trailer for the Resident Evil movie coming out? I did. The guy that's like delivering organs and stuff. I did see that. Okay. And then for the next one, let's see. Hopefully it's easier and doesn't make me do a bunch of crap to make it happen. Hopefully it should just automatically log us in and then just give it away. Man, that was lucky dog. Two spins and neither of them were bad. Oh, I am not upset. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Appreciate you. Omnia. Oh, Omnia, thank you for the 7 months, by the way. Miss the old Friday 13th. I do too. I think anybody that played the old Friday 13th misses the old Friday 13th. That was such a fun game. All right, there's another one. Exclamation point enter. There you have it, friends. All right. We have one more to go, by the way, to get our badge. We're so close. We are so close. Flash for the devs from Phas ever be working on releasing Pajama Pam? Well, at some point we know that this is going to open up. They did say that this is going to open. I don't know when. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Hey, Sunshine, am I streaming tomorrow? Probably yes. I don't normally stream. Oh, the wheel stopped. Thank you. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, but I'll probably stream tomorrow night. More than likely. Wasn't it cracked? In the old lobby it was. In the old lobby, you mean cracked open? Yeah, the old lobby was cracked open, but they never did it for this one though. Yeah, cursed darling, enjoy though. Hey, how are you, mug? Yeah, they said that this is going to open up. I don't know exactly what it'll be used for, but we'll see. Oh shit, sorry. Oh, wrong wheel. My bad. That might be the cosplay wheel that I accidentally opened up. Is there a way to tell how much progress? Towards the badge. Yeah, if you go to twitch.tv/drops. Yeah, sorry about that. The cosplay stuff is not active right now. Sorry. Whenever I'm having a bad day, I watch the video of you running over Chiba on Friday the 13th. I kind of want to watch it right now. Is that easily accessible? Mark! Oh my God. Mark, thank you for the subs. Yes, please. Okay, hold on. I don't even know. I'd have to go to my TikTok or something. I'd have to go to my TikTok. I don't know what I titled it. Angry Beavers, that is Angry Beavers. Mark, thank you so much for the subs, dude. More wheel spins. No more wheel spins. No. We gave away merch. Everyone's happy. We're good. Could do a drink decider wheel anytime you want a new drink. Oh, I know what you mean. Just to try one. I don't know. I might even record it separately so that way like the kiddos could maybe try, or like the missus could try them too. Yeah, I don't know. Killer Stag, thank you for the follow. Buttercup, welcome in. Hello. Let me go to my TikTok. Hold on. I'll do it that way. Or I mean, I probably posted it to YouTube's as well. Angry Beavers was such an... I loved Angry Beavers. Angry Beavers was my shit. All right, I'm going to try to find this real quick. I'm on the search right now, friends. Give me a sec. Yeah. Put forward no. Shift at midnight. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good suggestion for sure. Yeah, Friday 13th. It's been gone for a while, huh? Man, that is sad. That was your favorite? Hey Arnold was my favorite cartoon as a kid. The settings for these short... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Give me a second. I want to try to find this real quick. And then after I find this, then we'll go back in and do this final run. The coins next to the chat bar on the screen, what are they? Channel points. Channel points. Squatcher, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Man, how far back is this? I feel like this is forever ago. Oh my God, it's a Leona. Oh my God. Hi, friend. How are you? I'm currently on the search for a clip, Leona. I have no idea what I titled it. I have no idea where it is. No idea. I'm on the search. How was your stream and how are the games? How are you? Friends, if you're not following Leona, man, are you missing out on some greatness. You're missing out. Hi, Caramba. Good to see you. Leona, I saw your message, by the way. I'm so sorry I never responded. The message about the stuff you've been running into. I appreciate you sending that. I thought I responded, then I went back and looked. I'm like, nope, I'm a shit. I never responded. Law, thank you for the 40 months. Hello. 2 new cool horror games. Give us a sign in Invoker. Yeah, Invoker I've played. Give us a sign. We don't have a demo until October. So we have some time. I hope you guys had fun with Leona. What are we looking at? No, I'm trying to find... There was a Friday the 13th clip, and I can't find it. I don't know what I did with it. I have no idea. It was a funny clip of me running over a friend. I can't, and I'm not sure where it is. I don't know. Convincing Jason to let me live. No, that's not it. I can find the VOD. Yeah, I know. I know the clip is there. It exists. It exists. I just don't know what it's called. It's on your Twitch shorts? Oh, is it? Oh, you mean my, is it one of my highlighted clips? Oh, that makes it even easier. Oh, that's even easier. Hold, please. Yes. Oh, good shout. I didn't even think about that. I better be muted. I did. I is. Okay. So go to my channel, clips. I thought there was a way to only see featured clips. No, that's fine. I'll find it this way. It's not even a long clip. It's a short clip. It's just funny. But welcome in, friends. If you did come in with Leona, we were working on or are working on the Willow badge. So I literally have one more run left to get it. Just one. That's it. So we are close. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. Is Purdy. I like that it looks so different than all the other badges. I think that's why I like it so much. Pink Flamingo. We call him Floyd. All right. Yeah, Pink Floyd. You get it? Yeah, you get it. Flash being bullied, video bomb. Where the hell is it? Petition Kinetic to open the doors of the pool. That's what I'm saying. How do you get the badge? You just have to get the ghost correct and survive 50 times. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Dude, I feel like I'm losing my shit. I'm going to pull this up. It's featured. No, I believe you. I think I suck at looking right now. I think that's the big problem. But I have an even better idea. Because if I go to my clips in the creator dashboard, what I can do is I can search via Friday the 13th. And then I can sort it. Sort like that. I think it's this. I think I found it. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, there it is. I found it. Oh, thank you. Oh, appreciate you guys. I know I was struggling to find this clip, man. I couldn't find it, but I finally did. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this. Here. I want you to be able to see it. There we go. Bye. Have a nice time. Should I run over Chiba?
Yes.
Zero hesitation.
Yeah. Let's just
Save me!
Should I run over Chiba?
yes.
Save
Is
me.
that even a question?
Yeah. Let's just
Save me!
Now listen, to be fair, he was Jarvis. And when you're Jarvis in that game, which the game you can no longer play anyway, you got no benefit for leaving. As Jarvis, you don't get points. You died, you come back to help all the survivors. So he was trying to escape. What really sucked was his POV. His POV was literally him full screen looking at something when that happened. And then you hear, save me. Oh man, that was so good. There was another moment too where something like that happened. I think I ran over, I think it was Chesney. I think Chesney was like, I dare you to hit me. I dare you. So I ran her over. She kind of asked for, man, I need to go back through some of these clips. God, I forgot some of these. I just forgot. Oh, there's nothing in that one. What if I go in that one? I had this idea that what if Coach went to open it without her knowing I was in there. I can't believe that worked.
Fuck you.
See, listen, it's a good time for everyone, all right? It's a good time to be had by all. Oh, I love it. All right, we have ads coming. I don't want to run into the game and then us have ads. I know. Coach did say that they would play Phas soon. They did say they would play Phas soon. When you played the SpongeBob sound, when you were right there at the exit, getting chased in Friday the 13th, it was cold. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Need another coach moment. We need another coach stream. I think that's the plan. All right. I'm going to run ads real quick, and then after we do the ads, we'll do this last run, all right? 3 minutes. They go by quickly. Drumsticks? Oh, like ice cream? I like ice cream. I love ice cream. All right, let me check and see where they are. I need to see about food. I'm cool with ordering. No, we are not. Wrong screen. Was making a shopping list. Oh, and you're getting some drumsticks. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Best when you did the voice changer on Coach. Oh, and scared the shit out of her. Man, there's so many great moments. That blurb. Listen, to be fair, I'm fairly certain I made that because I was in her stream when it happened. I think. Oh, Haz, what's up, dude? Thank you for the freaking raid. How are you? How was your stream? Yeah, there's so many golden moments, but you can't like plan over like 90% of them. You just can't plan. It's just stuff that happened. It's just stuff that happened randomly in the middle of the games. Yeah. Haz, I hope your stream was good, dude. How's Phas? How's the update treating you? I hope Willow has been kind. Willow's been good for the most part. We've been on a grind today, trying to get this badge, and I have literally one more to go. Too tired to identify any ghost anymore? Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it for you. I got you, boo-boo. That's your absolute favorite blur for you to notice? I had an idea that it was. Yeah. Grinding since Monday, man. So I decided to do a custom. If you got hit by ads, I'm so sorry. Which you can't hear this, sorry, because you're in ads. I decided to try to make a custom where I could get it faster. And it's been working for the most part. And still earning money. Not a lot of money, but some money. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I needed the bonk. I do appreciate it. But welcome in, guys. Good to see you. Been told for my friends, I'm very blurp clippable. Not sure if it's good or bad. That's a good thing. That's a very, very good thing. Hasgarson had the Delta Gas 13 times. Damn. Streaming like 10 hours per day. But 13 times is a lot. Like, I know that they did up the chance of us getting that ghost, but yeah, 13? Holy moly. Only 13. Damn. I mean, I think I've had it like 5, maybe 6, maybe. I think that's a lot. Had the worst luck today on Willow. Also found a funny bug. Oh no. Oh no. Another unlucky person. That's me. I've had it like 6 times. It's been fine. But I mean, I got it early. So I lucked out in the sense that I got it early. You got it like 15% of the time. I got you. Sonia, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. All right, ads are done. Ads are done and we are back and we're going to have one more run to get this badge. Played 106 games and got it 15 times. I'd be curious to know how many games I've run to get it. I don't know. Tiny Moo, thank you for the biddies. But yeah, I decided to do a custom just to make it easier to try to floor it through this and get it done. So there's the player settings, the ghost settings, the contract. Mainly, I'm faster. I made the ghost fast, put the grace period to 1 second. So that way I at least had some money coming out of this. Set the weather to snow, had the fuse box off at the start of the contract, and the ghost can't change favorite rooms. Yeah. Oh, you ruined it. So you started playing with them and then they couldn't get anymore. See, it's your fault. It's your fault. Thank you so much again, man, for the raid. If you got a raid and run, I appreciate you so much. No. Holden, welcome in. Oh, he didn't get it and I did. Oh, okay. It was, oh, that's, you know what? That's fair. Okay, fair point. Okay, fair. That's a good point. It was them, not you. I blame him. When I place the tier 1 cruises in tier 2 dots on the run in the hallway in specific orientations, they slide off the rug. That's been happening for a while. Yeah. Cora, hello, of course. Of course. I'm a Cormos. I don't hear. Okay. I need a message or check and see if they're on the way home. They are on the way home. I need this. It's 6 o'clock. I'm trying to decide if I need to order food or not. SC, wait, is it S? Can I just call you SC? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Let me call my wife real fast. I'm going to call my wife real quick. Super fast. BRB. BRB. All right, we're Gucci. All's well. They are on the way home. They're going to stop and get food. And then we're ready to rock. Yeah. Thank you guys for the follows, friends. How many wins? I literally have 49. We are one away from getting the badge. Single one away. So let's do it. I'm sticking with the difficulty that I've been doing. Yeah.
All right, we're here.
No naders tonight? No, there probably will be naders tonight. Yes. So what I'll probably do for tonight, I'm streaming tonight. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, shit, probably in like 2 hours. I'm taking a break to eat and chill with the family. And then when they go to sleep, then I stream again. I'm probably going to start with a little bit of Phasmo. And then after the little bit of Phas, then we'll switch probably over to Funnel Runners. Yeah. Blood Moon for the last one? No, Blood Moons, no. Okay. Let's go. Stick to our guns, man. Spirit box, EMF, video camera has been working really well for me. Yeah. We've only had, honestly, out of all these runs, I've had the ghost hunt like twice. Maybe. Outside of that, we've figured out the ghost before it even hunted. And it's going to prove me wrong and be a demon and hunt me right now. Don't do it. Just don't. We're doing all right. We're fine. But yes, I will be going a little bit tonight as well. Just in time for the final run. Yeah. It's been interesting seeing where our favorite room has been too. So this difficulty, the nice thing about it too is that the ghost can't change its favorite room. So once we find it, we're good. We can set up shop and not have to worry about anything else. thing. Would you say ghost abilities are fixed enough to ask you to do an APOC soon? Well, I was waiting to get the lanterns to start doing some APOC stuff. So now that I have the lantern unlocked again, I will for sure. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you near? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you here? Are you ugly? Where are you? Right here. Imagine if I had text-to-speech more. Oh my god. For like every message. That'd be a nightmare. All right. Goody, goody, goody. Ghosties down there. We know we have orbs, and that's it. Now we move. Going to sleep soon. Won't be able to catch the later. No, that's all right. That's what the VODs are for. The VODs are there. The VODs are there just in case somebody can't catch it and they want to go back and watch. Yeah. Savage, welcome in. Hello. We've had a very lucky day today. No sodas, which is quacktastic. I ain't upset at all. All right. In here, I like putting the dots like this. Yeah, I like that. Ghosties up. That's aggressive. Got some up chuckeries, but no fivers. Okay, good deal. Finally home after shopping to watch the stream. Welcome in, Mad Hatter. You just caught the end of, well, you just caught like our last run to get the badge. Yeah, okay. Drive home again. Thank you for this. Oh, Emery, I'm glad you were here, friend. It was so good to see you. And bring this, and sanity-wise, 89%, which is fine and dandy. How much of Dale have we seen today? Only like once or twice. Seriously. It's the middle of the night for you? My God. It's a little after 6 p.m. for me on the East Coast of the United States. Oh my God, there's a boner here. What the hell? 2 degrees. Almost midnight for you. Helios, thank you for the subs. Oh, it's so close. Footsies. Ultraviolet. Wait, ultraviolet orbs, right? Helios, thank you for the subs, man. Thank you. Just for funsies. We're not worried about objectives. We're not worried about perfect games. We are literally worried about getting the ghost correct. That's how we're speeding through getting the card. Banshee, Kormos, Hantu. Oh, imagine. Wait, what's your name? Who are you? Okay. Oh, do the thing. Oh, do the thing. Be a Banshee. Wait, what do we need for a Banshee? Ultraviolet, ghost orbs, and dots. Do the thing. You're not going to do the thing. That'd be really awesome if you did. Oh. Should have done no, I don't want to do no evidence for every single run that we do that's special. No, there's no need. Nah, it's nice to do the ones with evidence because you want to be able to show people how to use the evidence. Hantu. Well, let's make sure it's not a mimic. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? No, I think it's just a classic Hantu. I think that's it. Thought you saw dots. No, it's okay. It's probably my breath. No, it's gonna get boring. I like them every now and then. I think doing them too much can definitely feel boring. Because you're not having the opportunity to use all the stuff. You're just using like half of it. Yeah, that's got to be a Hantu. Let's get out of here. Hopefully we got us a badge. I hope so. But yeah, no evidence is nice just to challenge yourself. Hunto.
Job's ready for you.
If it hunted, we could have turned the breaker off. We could have seen the breath and done all that stuff. But with this multiplier and the way that I have it set up, I don't even have to have the ghost hunt. We get in there fast. We get our evidence. And then we get our Sunseeker badge and ID card. So if we go to customization, it's Floyd. Hey, there we go. That's a great badge. I like how different this badge looks to every other badge. It is definitely one of the brighter badges that we have. It's great. The flamingo, chef's kiss. So there we have it. Done. So now we are back to having every single event done. We have every single map event finished. Every one of them. Back to 100%. Love it. It's the favorite part about the duck. Yeah, the little badge. I love the badge. The badge is great. But the duck badge, the one from the Twitch stuff, it's bright. It's different. It's every Florida hotel badge. But it's cool that, I mean, so you can use the flamingo badge and then you can go around and then you can start putting it on different cards. Close. That's very close. Love the light colored badges. Yeah. If that pink was a little bit more like neon, that'd be good. Close. I'm just seeing what it looks good with. Close. Nailed it. First try. But yeah, very cool. Can you get the badge even if you have a 0% multiplier too, like with Friendly Ghost? I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% on that. Can you get it with 0%? I think you can. I was afraid to say yes, and then they changed it. I just unlocked Insanity. What should I expect from it? No cursed possession and 1 evidence. Yeah, that's what you should expect. No cursed possession, 1 evidence. I don't like Insanity at all. I would rather go from Nightmare to no evidence. Yeah, but it's worth a try just to see if you like it. It's worth a try. I did a Friendly Ghost run yesterday and I have 1 out of 50. There you go. Answer complete. Yep, you can for sure do it with 0 times. So you could do Friendly Ghost, 150%. Like this is, okay, let me show you a way that you could do it super speedy without giving a shit about your multiplier. So player, 150%. Outside of doing no evidence, let's say that we're talking about someone that doesn't have a ton of experience and they can't do no evidence. They should do a collab with RL in the break. I swear to God, cats, I swear to God, it'd be terrifying. How are you, friend? Oh my God. Player speed 100, sprinting, you want that to be infinite. And then what you do is you give yourself every single cursed possession. You want your sanity pills to replenish basically entirely. Okay. Ghost is 1. It doesn't matter about this part doesn't matter. If you want to put it on Friendly Ghost, you could do it like this, and then the ghost literally can't hunt you. Fingerprint 100%, fingerprint duration. You could turn it up to infinite, so that way if there's fingerprints, you'll see them no matter what. Let's see. Weather. I'm just going to start. We're just going to do clear. Clear. It won't work on 0 times. I thought people said they literally did it on 0 times. Or is it, oh, Friendly Ghost you can't. Oh. Friendly Ghost you can't, but 0 times you can. Friendly Ghost. That, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that part. I don't know what I think of Friendly Ghost. I was thinking about the Easter eggs because you can do the Easter eggs on Friendly Ghost. We did that. Yeah. And then items, lose your items off on contract, turn it off. This should work like for you if you were to do it. So then Oh, yeah, there's Easter eggs. Yeah. I did Point Hope on Friendly Ghost. I think they changed it at some point, Logan. I think so. Let me double check too. You know what? Now I'm curious. They changed things around at some point, and I forget what they changed it to. I don't know if anybody has searched this or not. Probably not. I did Friendly Ghost Infinite Sprint yesterday on Willow, and I'm 1 out of 50. So you also did that. Are the Easter eggs on YouTube? Yes, they are. Yeah. Yeah, they both are. I literally just did it on Tanglewood on Friendly Ghost yesterday. I'm hearing a lot of people say they got it on Friendly Ghost. It works on Friendly? Well, there we go. So it does work on Friendly Ghost. How many Easter eggs are there? I think there's 2. It's just Point Hope and Nels have ID cards you can earn from doing the Easter eggs. I've only played the map twice. Once, yes. Once, no. But it says 2 of 50. Oh, for Friendly Ghost. You did. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Man the wide brim hat. Have a good night. 1920 going into the game on Friendly Ghost. Give me a minute. Yeah. Let me know. We're going to assume as of right now that it does work on Friendly Ghost. So if I turn that on, apply, go to Willers. Yeah. I tried it with Friendly to look, and then not try for real. Got you. All right, so then, because I have infinite sprint, what I could do is I could say, go inside. Am I even 150? I think I might be. So what we want to do is we want to go to the mirror. I have all the cursed possessions. There we go. So we know for a fact that the ghost is downstairs next to the... And it's throwing things on the room above. So ghost is here. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? And I think the ghost can't change favorite rooms on this one, I think is what I said it to. Now you're the DO at that speed. I know, then I get all slow when I approach. But yeah, you just do this. You do this to go find your ghosty and then get all your stuff there. Endless running. I want to make sure. Because I heard it throwing stuff. Okay. There's our temps dropping. There we go. If you get lucky, you'll get a ghost that'll give the stuff away immediately. But if not, you just have to keep trying. And then just go get more stuff. So weaponized, it didn't work for you, but it's working for others, which is really weird. I did Friendly on Point Hope because there was no way in hell I was doing all 50. I think I did Point Hope with Friendly Ghost and it worked. 20 to 20. So you literally just did Friendly and it worked. Yeah, I remember doing, I probably have the video of that one where I did it on Friendly and it was working. I can almost guarantee it. 20 to 50, I got you. I know what you mean, Shield. But yeah, it literally just worked for you. Yeah. Oh, power sound saves. I'm 1 to 50 on Tangle. I'll try around and report it. Got you. Stippies. No UV. Been many patches since then, though. That's true. 'Tis the truth. Damn, dude. I'm not getting any evidence from this one, though. Make sure that you exit out of single player and multiplayer and go back to the lobby and then check on the counter. Yeah. Oh, did you see dots? I wasn't looking. I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Ghost, will you please? Geez, dots. Roger that. Thank you. I'll get some firelights and force some EMFs. Dots behind the camera. That piece of trash. That piece piece of trash. Actually, give me this. In-person dots too. There we go. Thank you. Writing. We'll see. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. We have dots. We have writing. Twofer. Should not be. Yeah. Will you shut up? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, double hello. Oh, how are you? There it is. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? So, no spirit box. I'll check for orbs again. No ultraviolet. That's an Oswald or a Deltagast. That's EMF or freezing. It's going to be freezing. It's just going to take 15 years. Watch. I'll play games while I wait. What's up, DJ? Santa? Hello, hello. Where are you going? "15 years will be here before we know it." Don't you yell at me. One of the streams you can get the cat card from? Yeah. Yeah, the animated one. Yeah, for sure. Anytime I'm streaming Phasmo between now and the 28th, you can earn the animated badge. Jesus, dude. It's an Oswald. Wow. So yeah. Just got to get lucky with your evidence. If you get lucky, you get inside of there and then you get all three at first. But if not, then just bring all your stuff to where you find the ghost room. Use the mirror to 100% guarantee where it is and then get the hell out of it. And then that's how you get it done. This is Unfriendly Ghost, so you still get the mark towards the badge, and you don't have to worry about it hunting you if you don't want it to. Yeah. It says drop zone in the title. Usually means you can get it. Yep. Yep, indeed. Heading home. Hope to enjoy some nader chasing tonight. That's the plan, friend. That's the plan. But there you have it. That is a way of doing it. I'm glad we finally have a basement map that isn't creepy. It's just a great layout. The Willow basement is awesome. I love it. Can I do it from here? Oh, that's good enough. All right. We got our badge. I've been going live for a while. How long have I been live? 5.5 hours. All right. I'm going to get off here so that way I can chill for like an hour, like 2 hours ish. And then, I'm going to go live at 8:30 and we'll go live with Phaz for a little bit. And then after that, we'll probably switch over, probably whenever break is ready or when friendos are ready to switch over and do some naders, some funnel runners. If you guys have never seen that, that game is crazy. It is insane. But I appreciate you, friends. Let us go find a friendo to say hi to. But thank you guys so much for being here today. All the love always. Have fun tonight. Be off to bed. No, you're good. No worries. No, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate yous. All right, let's go find a friend. Trying to leave Phasmo. See you in a bit. See you, noob.
Welcome back.
I'll be back. Yeah, you're good. No worries. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba. Enjoy the break with the fam. Thank you, friend. They should be home very soon. They were stopping to get the foods and then they were coming home. Should be very, very, very soon. Thank you, Divine. Appreciate you. Oh, my eyeball. All right, let me mute this. Mute that. Go there. Do this. Do that. All right. My homie has been live for an hour. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi. Thank you guys so much for all the love today. Thank you. Thank you. Here are the raid messages. If you are a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3s have their own. We're going to go say hi to Mr. Chip. We're going to go say hi to Mr. Cheeps. Mr. Cheeps. So if you're earning your badge, you will still be earning your badge. Your animated badges, you will continue earning them. Okay? Okie doke. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you guys so much again. Thank you guys so freaking much for all the loves, all the supports. You guys are awesome. You just came from Tater. Well, I'm taking you back. You can't escape him. It's too bad. But thank you guys seriously so much. I love you guys. I will see you later tonight for more fun, which isn't really 2 hours. So I'll see you then. No, thank you. No, tthank you. Peace.